How does Andromeda's ancient light shape our cosmic perspective? And why does intergalactic darkness evoke wonder alongside reflective solitude? Under a moonless sky, you lie on cool grass, gazing upward. The night air is still and quiet. Above you, a million stars shimmer like dust on a black velvet canvas. Near the horizon, just beyond the gentle glow of the Milky Way, your eyes catch a faint, misty light. At first, it looks like a tiny cloud or a smudge, but it isn't a cloud at all. It is the Andromeda galaxy, a distant beacon in the darkness. To the naked eye, Andromeda is a subtle presence. You might have to look slightly to the side of it for the pale light to grace your peripheral vision. It appears as a dim, fuzzy patch, a soft brushstroke of white against the deep blue-black of space. This delicate glow is so faint, you wonder if your mind is playing tricks. Yet it is real. The light you see travelled across an unimaginable gulf of space and time to reach you. Think about that journey. Photons left Andromeda's stars millions of years ago, long before humans ever walked the Earth. For all those ages, the light has been crossing the silent void, and only now, on this clear night, do those ancient rays softly meet your eyes. You are literally looking back in time, catching a glimpse of a galaxy as it was eons in the past. There's something deeply humbling about it. Beneath this Andromeda sky, you feel connected to both past and present, to something far larger than yourself. The Andromeda galaxy hangs in the constellation that bears its name, Andromeda, a princess of myth placed among the stars. It's as if the ancient story lives on in a new form. Not a princess, but a vast island of stars shining faintly through the darkness. With patience, your eyes begin to sense more. The smudge has an elongated shape, hinting at the spiral arms that telescopes reveal. It spans a portion of the sky wider than the full moon, yet it's so distant that it remains just an ethereal blur to your sight. As you lie there, you imagine what you are truly seeing. That hazy patch is not a small cloud or a star cluster nearby. It is an entire galaxy, a colossal community of perhaps 1 trillion suns. Countless solar systems whirl within it. If you could see Andromeda in all its glory, you would behold a majestic spiral with delicate arms and a bright core. But from here, so far away, it offers only a whisper of its true form, a gentle whisper across space, beckoning to curious eyes. The night is calm and cool, and the ground beneath you is steady and familiar. Yet above, your gaze is touching something almost unfathomable, a neighboring galaxy drifting in the cosmic ocean. As you breathe slowly under the stars, you feel a quiet kinship with that distant swirl of light. It reminds you that even on the darkest nights, you are never truly alone. Overhead, the universe keeps you company, with Andromeda's soft glow as one of its most distant and faithful companions. You take a moment to absorb this scene, the vast silence of the night, the infinite tapestry of stars, and the ghostly beacon of Andromeda among them. Your heartbeat calms as you merge with this tranquil cosmic view. The concerns of daily life fade beneath a sky so grand. In this stillness, the universe feels beautifully simple. Just you lying here, and the gentle light from a faraway galaxy falling upon you. High above, stretching across the sky, your own galaxy, the Milky Way, reveals itself as a milky band of light. Its presence is closer and more familiar, a broad river of countless stars flowing from one horizon to the other. It is easy to overlook the Milky Way's glow while searching for Andromeda's subtle light. But now your eyes trace that pale pathway overhead. This is home, the galaxy that cradles our sun and all its planets, including the Earth beneath you. As Andromeda quietly glimmers across space, the Milky Way shines down from within, an intimate part of the sky that grounds you to your cosmic island. You gaze up at that milky river of light. What appears as a soft cloud is actually the combined glow of billions of distant suns. The Milky Way is our galaxy, a spiral galaxy so vast that its starlight blends into this continuous band from our vantage point inside it. Each tiny speck in that haze is a star, and around many of those stars, planets circle in their own journeys. Somewhere in that bright arch, our sun is shining too, though you cannot pick it out among the myriad lights. Our solar system is nestled about halfway out from the galactic center, in a calm spur of one spiral arm, a quiet neighborhood in this grand city of stars. Toward the middle of the Milky Way, in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, lies the heart of our galaxy. There the starlight thickens, crowded by countless suns packed ever closer toward the core. At the very center of it all resides a powerful secret, a supermassive black hole, an invisible giant, millions of times the mass of our sun. You cannot see it directly, but its presence is revealed by the way stars orbit an unseen mass, whipping around as if chasing a ghost. This mysterious heart anchors the galaxy, holding the Milky Way together in its gravitational embrace. Around it, like a grand celestial pinwheel, our galaxy's spiral arms sweep through space. If you could rise above the Milky Way and look down from afar, you would see a magnificent spiral disk. Imagine graceful arms unfurling from a bright center, sparkling with clusters of young stars and glowing nebulae. The Milky Way would stretch about 100,000 light years across, a distance so vast that even a beam of light would take 100 millennia to travel from one end to the other. Such is the scale of our cosmic home. Within this grand spiral, everything moves in a cosmic rhythm. Stars orbit the center, including our sun. It takes our sun roughly 230 million years to complete a single orbit around the galaxy, one galactic year. In that time, continents shift and species rise or fall on Earth. Yet the sun's journey around the Milky Way goes on, slow and steadfast. Here on this night, though, time feels almost frozen. The galaxy's motions are too immense and gradual to sense. To your eyes, the Milky Way is a serene, unchanging band of soft light, a constant presence across the ages. Lying under that glow, you feel a sense of belonging. All the stars you see belong to the Milky Way. This luminous band is like the edge of our cosmic neighborhood, lighting the night and giving us a map of home. Every person who has ever lived, every story ever told, has unfolded under this haze of stars. Its gentle light has guided travelers and inspired wonder for as long as humans have looked upward. Under its arch, generations have felt the same humility and awe that you feel now. The Milky Way is not just a backdrop, it is alive with wonders. Within its depths, new stars are born in nurseries of gas and dust, while old stars expire and scatter their enriched contents into space. There are clusters where stars crowd together, and solitary stars wandering the outskirts. Nebulous clouds stretch across the galactic plane, and invisible currents of energy and magnetism flow through the vast spans between stars. Yet from here on Earth, all this activity is distilled into a calm, continuous glow. The galaxy hides its dramas behind a veil of softly blended starlight, allowing you to simply bask in its grandeur without concern. Reaching out your arm, you playfully trace the Milky Way's band with your finger. In doing so, you are following the outline of our galaxy, seen edge on. Each inch your finger travels covers thousands of light years filled with stars. It's like running your hand along the spine of a great sleeping dragon made of stars and dust. You smile at the realization that you are a part of this vast structure, a tiny being on a tiny world, yet intrinsically connected to the whole by gravity and history. The very atoms in your body were born in the stars, whose combined light forms that luminous band above. Beyond the Milky Way's diffuse glow at the edges of the sky, the darkness deepens. Our galaxy's stars thin out toward its outskirts, and beyond them lies an even greater darkness. That is intergalactic space, where the nearest lights are no longer within our home galaxy, but out in the depths of the universe. As immense as the Milky Way is, it is one island in a sea of darkness dotted with other islands. This thought stirs both wonder and a hint of loneliness. Not a sad loneliness, but a reflective solitude. It emphasizes how special our starlit home is amid the void. Your eyes drift again to that faint patch of light that is Andromeda, hovering beyond the outskirts of our own galaxy's glow. There, across the cosmic ocean, is another island of stars, the Milky Way's neighbor and sister. As you appreciate the sparkling arc of your home galaxy, you also feel the pull of that distant galaxy's mystery. Our Milky Way, magnificent as it is not alone in the universe. There are others, and one of the grandest nearby is Andromeda, waiting silently in the dark. You turn your attention once more to the Andromeda galaxy, that distant sister to our Milky Way. In many ways, Andromeda is a reflection of our own galaxy, only larger and more luminous. It too is a sprawling spiral, with immense curving arms of stars and a glowing core. If the Milky Way is a great cosmic city, Andromeda is an even grander metropolis of stars. Astronomers estimate it holds close to 1 trillion suns, significantly more than the Milky Way's starry population. Its diameter stretches over 200,000 light-years from end to end. Picture that vast disk floating in space, with stars upon stars crowding its spiral arms, and perhaps countless planets and moons accompanying them. From where you lie on Earth, Andromeda appears so small and faint, yet in reality, it is massive and majestic. It's humbling to remember that for centuries, humans saw this object as merely a blurry nebula and did not realize what it truly was. Only about 100 years ago did we understand that Andromeda is an entire galaxy far outside the Milky Way. That revelation transformed our view of the cosmos. Suddenly the universe was filled with galaxies, each an island of billions of stars. What once was a simple smudge became a gateway to understanding the vastness beyond our own world. Now, as you gaze at Andromeda's gentle light, try to imagine it not as a tiny smudge, but as a colossal spiral teeming with wonders. Deep in its center, old stars crowd together in a dense bulge, perhaps surrounding a black hole similar to the one in our galaxy's core. Twisting out from that core are its spiral arms, where new stars ignite in glowing clouds of gas. Andromeda likely has beautiful nebulae and clusters, just as the Milky Way does, perhaps even more, given its size. These details are invisible to your unaided eyes, yet your mind's eye can paint them. Massive clusters of young blue stars sprinkling the arms, dark lanes of cosmic dust weaving through starlight, and a bright central region where countless stars swarm. Andromeda is not alone in the night. It has an entourage of smaller galaxies orbiting around it like little moons accompanying a planet. Through telescopes, astronomers have observed several dwarf galaxies near Andromeda, and even a couple of bright companions. Two small elliptical galaxies that hover close to Andromeda's glowing disk. Our Milky Way, too, is orbited by its own retinue of tiny galaxies, such as the Magellanic Clouds, and many even smaller ones. Together, the Milky Way and Andromeda, along with all these satellites, form a small cluster of galaxies bound by gravity. We call it the local group, a family of galaxies moving together in the emptiness, like a tiny flotilla of ships drifting in a vast sea. Across that emptiness, the Milky Way and Andromeda are slowly drawing nearer to each other. Over the span of billions of years, an invisible gravitational dance is taking place. Andromeda is on a collision course with our galaxy, though collision is a dramatic word for what will likely be a graceful merging. In about 4 billion years, a date so far in the future that it almost loses meaning, the two galaxies will begin to interact. Over additional billions of years, they will swirl together, their stars mixing like two great clouds of glitter combining. Eventually, they will form a single, larger galaxy, perhaps an elliptical hazy with stars, or maybe a giant disk. It's a slow destiny written in the stars, one that will unfold long after the Earth as we know it is gone. Thinking of it, you don't feel fear, because it's not an event that touches the present. It's more like hearing about continents drifting or mountains forming, only on a much grander timescale. Instead of fear, it brings a sense of awe at the ever-changing nature of the cosmos. Right now, in this moment, the Milky Way and Andromeda remain separate, tranquil and majestic in their own spaces. The light you see from Andromeda tonight carries no sign of the future collision. It is the steady glow of a galaxy that has existed for billions of years and will continue for billions more. You marvel that we can look across space and foresee cosmic events far beyond our lifetimes. It's a testament to the patience of the universe that such a drama is brewing. Yet on a human timescale, it is utterly still. The stars in Andromeda and the Milky Way continue their lives, orbiting their galactic centers calmly, even as they drift inexorably closer. As you contemplate Andromeda, another thought comes gently to mind. Somewhere in that galaxy, on some distant planet, orbiting one of those myriad stars, there could be someone looking back in the direction of our Milky Way. To them, our galaxy might appear as a faint blur in their night sky, much like Andromeda appears to us. Perhaps they too wonder what lies in that hazy patch of light, never suspecting it holds stars and planets and beings who gaze back. In that imagined symmetry, across millions of light years, two observers in two galaxies share a connection through curiosity and the faint light crossing the darkness between them. This possibility fills you with a warm sense of kinship that spans galaxies. In the vast cosmic dark that could seem cold and empty, the act of looking and wondering creates a bridge. You and this hypothetical observer in Andromeda are like two people standing on distant mountain peaks at night, each seeing a small campfire on the other's mountain, both wondering who might be there. It is a comforting thought that even separated by unfathomable distance, life, if it exists elsewhere, might gaze at the stars with the same wonder we do. The universe, for all its grand indifference, inspires similar dreams in any who behold its beauty. Your mind now drifts to the space that separates these two great galaxies. You have reflected on your own cosmic island, the Milky Way, and marveled at the neighboring island of Andromeda. Now, what lies in between? Your eyes slip away from the soft glow of Andromeda and linger on the darkness between the pinpoint stars. That deep black stretch of sky holds the secret of the ocean between galaxies, a nearly boundless expanse of nothingness that yet connects everything. Between the Milky Way and Andromeda stretches an unfathomable gulf of darkness. This is intergalactic space, the ocean between the islands of light. Here, far from any galaxy, space is as close to truly empty as it can be. If you could somehow transport yourself to a point roughly halfway between our galaxy and Andromeda, you would be in a realm of nearly pure night. The nearest stars would be light years behind you in one direction, and light years ahead in the other, concentrated within the distant galaxies that now appear as faint, floating apparitions in an enormous void. The emptiness here is profound. In a volume of space the size of a large room, there might be only a single atom drifting, or perhaps none at all. There are no clouds of gas, no dust, and certainly no planets or people. You could travel millions of kilometers in any direction and find little more than a few stray particles for eons. It is a vacuum more perfect than any we can create on Earth. And yet, this emptiness is not frightening right now. Instead, it feels peaceful, like the quiet of a deep forest at midnight, or a calm sea under a starless sky. Imagine turning back to look at the Milky Way from out here. You'd see it as a delicate, lens-shaped glimmer in the distance, shining with the combined light of hundreds of billions of stars that now blur into a single luminous form. Turn the other way, and you'd find Andromeda, no longer a tiny smudge, but a discernible spiral, yet still small and remote against the vast backdrop. Two galaxies, like two distant lanterns, facing each other across a great dark expanse. Aside from those, perhaps you'd notice the tiny spark of another member of our local group, like the Triangulum Galaxy, if you knew just where to look. But compared to the grand lights of Andromeda and the Milky Way, that too would be just a subtle glow. The rest of the universe around you would appear as an almost featureless darkness, punctuated by the faintest glimmers of far-off galaxy clusters that your eyes might not even register without aid. In this intergalactic ocean, there is no atmosphere, no sound, no day or night. The concept of time itself feels different here. Without a spinning planet or orbiting sun to mark days and years, time might be felt only in the slow changes of starlight over millennia. It's an almost eternal night. If you close your eyes in this void, you can sense the deep background silence of the cosmos. Perhaps there's a faint hiss of stray particles, or the distant echo of the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the universe's birth. But it's so faint, it's more imagination than sound. The temperature here is just a few degrees above absolute zero, the chill of space that has been untouched by any star's warmth for millions of years. But in our imaginative journey, you don't feel cold or discomfort. You simply float, an unseen observer, wrapped in the quiet and stillness. Though nearly empty, this space is not completely devoid of presence. Invisible filaments of gravity stretch through the darkness, connecting the galaxies. The Milky Way and Andromeda tug on each other across this void, their mutual gravity creating subtle tides in the sparse matter that lies between. Both galaxies are also enveloped in huge halos of invisible dark matter that extend far beyond their visible stars. Here, midway between, those halos might overlap. You could be drifting through the very edge of both galaxies' extended influence without even knowing it. It's as if two spheres of faint, unseen mist meet in this space, an ethereal bridge that hints that the separation between galaxies is not absolute. Now and then, if one were exceedingly lucky, or perhaps unlucky, one might encounter a lone wanderer in this emptiness. There are stars, perhaps very few, that have been flung out of their galaxies by gravitational encounters, destined to roam intergalactic space forever. Imagine coming across such a star out here, a solitary sun with maybe a planet or two, completely isolated, lighting its own tiny corner of the void. It would be a surreal, poignant sight, a tiny oasis of light in a desert of darkness. Similarly, there might be small clusters of stars, or orphaned clouds of gas, relics of galaxies that were torn apart long ago by tidal forces. These are exceedingly rare, like finding a single drop of water in an ocean of air. But they exist. They remind us that even the emptiest parts of space still hold a few secrets. Mostly, though, what fills the space between galaxies is light, or rather, the travelling of light. Photons from the Milky Way are zipping through this void toward Andromeda, and photons from Andromeda are streaming toward the Milky Way. Only a minuscule fraction will ever be seen by an eye or a detector. Most will journey endlessly, perhaps eventually absorbed by some dust or lost in the expansion of the universe. But the exchange is constant, a silent communication of illumination between the galaxies. Right now, the gentle glow you observed from Andromeda is composed of such photons, which left their home galaxy when early humans were just beginning to stand upright and have only now completed their intergalactic voyage. Pondering this gulf, you come to appreciate the meaning of distance in a new way. The space between our galaxy and Andromeda, those 2.5 million light years, is so vast that our minds can scarcely grasp it. If you were aboard the fastest spacecraft ever built by humans, it would still take millions of years to traverse that distance. Even our entire human history is negligible against such an expanse. And yet, here in your imagination, the distance has been bridged by thought and curiosity. What would otherwise be impossibly remote becomes a journey you can envision step by step. The emptiness between worlds has its own serene beauty. In its silence and simplicity, it offers clarity. With nothing immediately around you, your perspective can stretch out to truly see the bigger picture. The two galaxies on either side, the countless more beyond, and the sheer dark canvas that makes the stars shine all the more brilliantly. It's like being in the middle of a calm, dark ocean at night. You feel the scale of everything around you, and you also feel a peaceful acceptance of your small place within it. After floating for a time in this silent expanse, the pull of your destination grows stronger. Andromeda lies ahead, patiently glowing, beckoning you onward. You have lingered between galaxies, soaking in the quiet and the grandeur of the void. Now, gently, you feel it is time to continue the journey. You imagine setting a course once more, aligning yourself with that distant spiral of light and preparing to cross the remaining distance. The thought of entering an entirely new galaxy sends a soft thrill through you. Not a jarring excitement, but a deep, calm eagerness. The unknown awaits, not with menace, but with the promise of wonder. It is time to set sail for Andromeda. It is time to embark. In the theatre of your mind, you rise from the quiet midpoint of the intergalactic gulf and begin moving again toward Andromeda. As you depart the absolute stillness of the void, it feels like a ship catching a gentle current after drifting in still waters. Behind you, the Milky Way's faint glow remains as a reassuring beacon, but you turn your focus forward to the approaching lights ahead. You carry with you the peace of the journey so far, ready to cross the remaining sea of stars. Leaving the midpoint, you move steadily and serenely. You have no need to worry about fuel or time here. Your voyage is powered by imagination and curiosity. You slip through the darkness, drawing ever nearer to Andromeda. Out here, there are no passing stars flying by. Having left our galaxy behind, you see hardly any stars at all, only the deep black of space around you. It's a quiet passage, your vessel gliding through a starless night. The only lights are distant and ahead, the soft glow of Andromeda growing bit by bit. As you continue, time itself feels dreamy and elastic. Perhaps years are passing in this imagined trek, or centuries, but to you, it's all one gentle progression. There is no rush. You are immersed in the experience of the journey, watching the target galaxy slowly expand in your view. What once was a barely perceptible mist becomes a definite smudge, then a patch of light, and now something more substantial. With each passing moment, Andromeda shines brighter against the darkness. Midway through your voyage, you glance over your shoulder one more time. The Milky Way, your starting point, is now a tiny, faint thing far behind. Just another small haze of light, almost indistinguishable from the countless other distant glimmers scattered across the universe. It gives you a pang of bittersweet emotion to see it so small. That little cloud contains everything you once knew, but you also feel a gentle pride and joy. You have travelled so far, farther than any physical being has travelled, purely on the wings of thought. And ahead, Andromeda grows, a new realm coming into view, its welcoming glow assuring you that this was worth the journey. Eventually, the darkness around you begins to subtly change. There are the first hints of Andromeda's outskirts. Perhaps you notice a solitary star passing by, a member of Andromeda's halo, orbiting far from the galaxy's core. Then another, and then a few more, appearing like scattered diamonds in the void, increasing in number gradually. You realize you are entering Andromeda's sphere of influence, where its stars begin to populate space. In a sense, you are like a voyager at sea, who after a long time sees the first birds or floating seaweed, signs that land is near. Off to one side, you catch sight of a diffuse glow, one of Andromeda's companion galaxies. It might be Messier 32 or Messier 110, those two bright satellites that orbit close to the big galaxy. Here it looks like a small, oval cloud, shining softly, not far from Andromeda's edge. Its presence greets you like a friendly face, a reminder that you are now among the family of objects that belong to Andromeda. Passing it by, you note how tiny it seems compared to the colossal spiral that now dominates your forward view. Andromeda's halo of stars thickens around you. These are mostly old stars, spread out in a vast spherical cloud encasing the galaxy. They are sparse, but collectively they create a faint haze of light as you look toward the galaxy's center. The number of stars ahead increases further. You are approaching the visible boundary of the spiral disk itself. What was once a mere smudge has grown to fill a large portion of your sky. You can see individual details now, the core of the galaxy glowing intensely, and with a bit of concentration, the suggestion of spiral arms wrapping around it. Perhaps you even notice differences in color. A warm golden light at the center, where older stars reside, and cooler bluish tones along the arms, where young stars and clusters shine. Crossing into the outskirts of Andromeda, you feel a quiet excitement. You have reached the shores of a new world of stars. Behind you lies the vast expanse you traversed. Ahead of you sprawls a cosmic landscape ready to be explored. You allow yourself to coast gently, entering orbit around the outer edge of the galaxy. From here, the view is stunning. Andromeda's disk stretches out before you, a graceful spiral plane teeming with starlight. You are close enough that it fills a good portion of your field of view, a glittering city of stars curving in a grand design. For a moment, you simply float at this vantage point, taking it all in. The scale of what you're seeing is almost beyond comprehension. Hundreds of billions of stars scattered in a disk that spans tens of thousands of light years, with tendrils of light marking the spiral arms. The central bulge is a brilliant hub right in front of you, radiating with the combined glow of uncountable suns. Dark lanes of interstellar dust weave through the disk, obscuring some of the starlight in intricate patterns. Bright knots are visible too, star clusters or nebulae where the shine is more intense. It's as if you are looking at a huge, luminescent whirlpool made of stars, frozen in space, yet slowly turning on a timescale far beyond human perception. You realize that from this point on, you are no longer an outsider in the truest sense. You have left one galaxy and arrived at another. If someone were here with you, they might consider you part of the Andromeda galaxy now, a new visitor or resident among its stars. It's a strange, exhilarating thought. You've become, in a way, an intergalactic traveler, bridging the gap that separates one galactic home from another. Though the journey to Andromeda has been long in imagination, you feel calm and present, as if all that time was merely a pleasant reverie. Now you are poised at the threshold of discovery. Andromeda's innumerable stars lie ahead like a vast country full of unknown wonders. You feel the gentle tug of the galaxy's gravity guiding you inward. The hardest part, crossing the immense void, is behind you. Ahead, there is light everywhere. Still, before venturing further, you take a moment to look back one final time across the distance you've come. Far, far away, almost beyond sight, there is a tiny speck that is the Milky Way. Perhaps it's just your imagination, but you think you can still locate it, a faint silver disk in the remote darkness. It looks lonely and small from here, but you carry its memory in your heart. That was once your home. And just as Andromeda was a faint dream in that sky, now the Milky Way is the faint dream in this new sky. How perspective shifts when one travels so far. You feel gratitude for the home you came from, and equal gratitude for the chance to witness this new vista. Turning back to Andromeda, you let the Milky Way's image fade into the background of your mind. Your attention focuses on the present and the future before you. Gently, you begin to move along the edge of Andromeda's disk, ready to follow the flow of its stars. It's like arriving at a new continent after crossing a great ocean. You hug the shoreline at first, observing, acclimating, feeling the subtle differences in the environment. The starlight here has its own unique pattern and character. Constellations would be entirely different if you looked up from a planet orbiting one of these stars. The night sky in Andromeda would have unfamiliar arrangements of stars, and a distant smudge that is our Milky Way hanging in its heavens. Your long voyage between galaxies has concluded, yet the journey of exploration continues on these new shores. A sense of calm accomplishment mingles with anticipation for what comes next. You have voyaged farther than anyone ever has in reality, and you did so in a spirit of peace and wonder. There is no fanfare at this moment, just the silent celebration of the soul as it witnesses the sublime. With a slow, steady breath, you prepare to drift further into Andromeda's stellar sea. The gentle gravity of 1,000,000,000,000 stars welcomes you, carrying you inward. You feel as though you are gliding on cosmic currents again, but this time those currents are formed by the collective pull of Andromeda's many suns. You are no longer in empty space. You are among an empire of light. Your crossing of the great cosmic ocean has brought you here, and you savor the moment quietly. A long journey lies behind, and a new voyage within this galaxy lies ahead. With calm confidence and open curiosity, you let yourself be drawn deeper into this dazzling expanse. The soft radiance of Andromeda surrounds you now, guiding you forward as you continue your gentle adventure through the cosmos, ever onward, crossing one galactic frontier after another. As we drift beyond the last traces of our sun's domain, a profound silence envelops us. The solar wind's faint breath that once pushed outward has all but died away. We have passed an invisible frontier, crossing beyond the heliopause, where our star's influence yields to the vast interstellar night. In our wake lie the scattered ice and rock of the distant Oort cloud, frozen wanderers still loosely bound to the sun, but now growing ever more remote. Ahead lies the true unknown, the unbounded ocean of interstellar space, where darkness and distance stretch out seemingly without end. In ages past, sailors left the sight of land and ventured into an endless ocean with only the stars to guide them. Now we do the same on a cosmic scale. We leave behind the last familiar beacon of our sun and sail into the celestial sea, carrying with us the hope and curiosity that drove those early explorers. Starlight is our compass now, and the silent void our open water. Here, beyond the solar shores, starlight truly is our only guide. The sun itself has dwindled to a mere pinprick, a particularly bright star among countless others in the black sky behind us. Its warm golden glow that once bathed our world is now just one gentle lamp in a sea of night. Turning away from that familiar beacon, we gaze outward at the deep cosmos. Countless stars sprinkle the darkness, some in dense clusters, forming the pale band of the Milky Way, others solitary and remote. Their ancient light reaches us across eons, flickering softly as if whispering welcomes into this immense void. Without the sun's close embrace, The temperature around us falls toward the eternal chill of space. The feeble warmth of our distant star can no longer be felt. Only the subtle glow of far-off suns and the thin haze of cosmic dust remain. We are surrounded by a near-perfect vacuum, just a few stray atoms drifting in each cubic meter, remnants of old stars and nebulae spread across the galaxy. Occasionally, a particle may strike our vessel's hull, a tiny reminder that even in emptiness there are traces of matter. But to our senses, it is essentially complete stillness, an expanse so quiet and empty that time itself seems to slow. Floating in this interstellar calm aboard our tiny ship, we feel an incredible solitude. We have left behind every planet, every moon, every familiar piece of home. There is no more Saturn, with its rings shimmering in sunlight. No distant Pluto, quietly orbiting in darkness. Beyond the heliosphere, beyond the protective bubble of our sun's magnetic field, cosmic rays from ancient supernovae now wander freely through space. Yet we remain safe and at peace, gliding onward through a darkness that is gentle, not hostile, a silent gulf that invites reflection rather than fear. In the distance ahead, new points of light beckon. The nearest stars of our galaxy twinkle with subtle colours, a hint of blue from one direction, red from another, each a distant sun with its own story. One of them is Proxima Centauri, the closest star to our own, still more than 4 light-years away. It glimmers faintly, a tiny signpost in the cosmic sea. 4 light-years, an almost inconceivable gulf that our journey must cross in time. Yet in the boundless scale of the universe, even that is a small step. We press on gently, propelled by engines quiet enough to preserve the serenity around us, inching farther from all we knew. Hours, days, perhaps months slip by. Out here, time loses much of its meaning. Without a rising or setting sun to mark the days, we measure time by the steady rhythms of our bodies and the soft hum of our ship's systems. The stars around us shift almost imperceptibly with each passing week as we advance further. Our vessel, a speck of human craft adrift in endless night, navigates by those distant pinpoints of starlight and subtle gravitational cues. Now and then, we glance back toward the sun, which is now so distant that its light takes many hours to reach us. It reminds us of how far we've come. The pale blue dot that was Earth is far too small to see anymore, lost in the glare of its star, and even that star grows fainter with each passing billion miles. Drifting onward beyond the solar shores, we allow ourselves moments to truly absorb the spectacle around us. The vista here is unlike any seen from within the solar system. The cosmic night feels deeper, more ancient, almost sacred in its stillness. Looking back, the entire solar system is just a memory, a tiny cluster of worlds circling a star that has become just one point among countless others. Looking forward, we face the vast expanse of the Milky Way, stretching across the sky as a faint silver river of light. There is gentle mystery in that band of starlight, hinting at all the unknown territories that await as we journey outward. Our thoughts drift as freely as our vessel moves through space. In the calm of this great emptiness, we recall the pioneers of our species who first sent their emissaries to this frontier. Decades ago, the Voyager probes crossed into this interstellar sea, their faint signals taking more than a day to reach Earth. They became our first tiny messengers in the dark, carrying golden records of music, languages, and the heartbeat of our world. Now, we follow in their path, destined to go far beyond their lonely journey. We can almost sense those silent travelers far behind us, forever wandering through the cold emptiness, never to return, but always forging ahead. We too are part of that story. Our voyage is extending humanity's presence even farther beyond the solar shores than ever before. Gradually, as we proceed deeper, the sun's starlight behind us grows ever dimmer, and new lights ahead come into focus. The interstellar medium, the gas and dust between stars, surrounds us here, impossibly thin, yet not entirely absent. We may occasionally drift through a tenuous cloud of gas left from some ancient supernova, a ghostly veil across our path. If we could reach out a hand, we would touch hardly any molecules at all. Yet across vast distances, these wisps form faint clouds between the stars. Our instruments quietly note subtle changes, a slight rise in high-energy cosmic rays, a faint detection of lone hydrogen atoms adrift. These are signs that we are truly in deep interstellar space, a realm where the galaxy's collective breath is the only whisper of atmosphere. We find no need for words as we continue onward. Any communication with home now would require great patience. A message from here would take years to arrive. But in this isolation, we discover an unexpected peace and freedom. Surrounded by infinite night, we feel not fear, but gentle awe. Every pinpoint of light around us is a reminder of how vast reality is beyond our tiny corner. Each star could be another sun like ours, perhaps with its own planets and life. Yet at this distance, they remain simply beckoning beacons in the dark, encouraging us forward. Beyond the solar shores, our journey has truly begun in earnest. We have stepped off the familiar map and into a grand, uncharted sea of stars. Ahead of us gleams the expansive glow of our Milky Way galaxy, the distant destination we aim to traverse on our way to its far edge. We set our course toward that far-off radiance, ready to cross the space between the stars on our path toward the galactic frontier. In the silent serenity of interstellar space, with the solar system now far behind us, we feel both the weight of distance and the thrill of the unknown. Gently and persistently, we sail onward, leaving the comfort of home behind and venturing ever deeper into the cosmic ocean. We journey onward through the star-strewn expanse, venturing further from the cradle of our solar system and deeper into the Milky Way galaxy. The neighborhood of familiar stars we once knew gradually falls behind. As we leave the vicinity of our sun's closest stellar neighbors, the patterns of the constellations begin to warp and change. Shapes that were recognizable from Earth's skies start to lose their form. The familiar outline of Orion, the hunter, once drawn by bright stars light years apart, distorts and then dissolves into an unfamiliar scattering of lights. One by one, the old signposts of our sky vanish or transform, reminding us that we are truly on a journey to parts of the galaxy no human eyes have ever beheld from this perspective. Star by star, light year by light year, we traverse the galactic sea. Our path carries us outward, toward the edge of the Milky Way's vast disk. At times, we find ourselves amid rich star fields, where thousands of suns gleam in every direction, like a thick glitter of cosmic dust. These are the spiral arms of our galaxy, sweeping formations of stars, gas, and nebulae curving around the galactic core. We silently slip through one of these stellar arms, weaving between clusters of brilliant blue-white newborn stars and dim red embers of ancient suns. The sight is both gentle and breathtaking. Clouds of interstellar gas drift in the distance, faintly glowing where nearby stars set them alight. In one such cloud, a nebula billows with soft pink and violet hues, a cosmic nursery where new stars are being born. We pass it quietly, mere observers to the ongoing creation in the galaxy's vast tapestry. Here, within the spiral arm, the view is rich and complex. Giant stars blaze with intense light, while far behind them, dark lanes of dust crisscross the stellar panorama. Occasionally, a distant star erupts in a supernova. We catch sight, on the far horizon, of a sudden bloom of light that wasn't there before. It flares brilliantly for a time, outshining its entire star cluster, then slowly fades over days and weeks. We witness it in hushed awe from afar, a star's life ending in a magnificent silent firework, painting the surrounding clouds with a brief glow. In the vacuum of space, we cannot hear the cataclysm, but the visual spectacle speaks volumes. Such events are rare and scattered, yet they remind us that even in the tranquil silence of our journey, the cosmos is alive and ever-changing around us. As we travel further outward, the dense throng of stars begins to thin. We emerge from the spiral arm's main body and enter regions of the galaxy where the stars are far more sparse. There are stretches of space here where the nearest suns lie much farther apart, and the velvet black between points of light grows deeper. In these lonelier reaches, our ship sails on steadily. We occasionally pass by solitary stars that drift quietly in the sparse outskirts of the disk. One such star, a gentle orange sun, glows to our side as we glide past the outer edge of its unseen planetary system. Perhaps it has planets of its own, circling in the faint warmth of that distant glow, small worlds we can only imagine, hidden in the star's glare. We offer a silent salute to that lonely sun as we continue on, grateful for its brief companionship in the dark. With each passing light year, the Milky Way's grand structure becomes more apparent. We have now journeyed hundreds, then thousands of light years from where we began. Looking back, the collective glow of billions of stars merges into a single panoramic spectacle. The Milky Way's bright band, which we once saw from Earth as a milky arch across the night, now reveals more of its true form. We are far enough out that we start to discern a gentle curvature in the distribution of stars. The dense core of the galaxy lies far behind us toward one side, a concentrated bulge of light and mystery. We aim away from that crowded central hub and toward the quieter outskirts, where the starry ocean is calmer and more sparsely populated. Ever so slowly, we begin to angle our trajectory above the galactic plane. Our spacecraft gently tilts upward, climbing out of the flat disk of stars. As we rise above the plane, a breathtaking vista unfolds. The Milky Way galaxy spreads out below and behind us like a luminous whirlpool. Countless stars mark its spiral arms, swirling around the central glow. Bands of dark dust lanes wind between the arms, defining their graceful swirls against the galactic starlight. We pause in reverent silence to absorb the view. For the first time, we are seeing our home galaxy from an outside vantage point. It hangs in the void, a broad disk of light with a bright center and tapering edges, shining against the blackness of space. Seeing it so, we feel a mixture of pride and humility. Pride in having come this far, and humility at the sheer scale and beauty of the cosmic system that birthed us. From this elevated perspective, we can appreciate the Milky Way's full grandeur. Its spiral arms, including the one our sun calls home, form elegant, sweeping patterns. The arm we travelled through can be traced as a faint, luminous band curling outward from the central halo of light. The core itself glitters with densely packed stars, a hearth of ancient suns with, we know, a supermassive black hole hidden at its heart. Out here, nearer to our position, the spiral arms thin into tenuous wisps, and clusters of stars give way to isolated points. Surrounding the visible disk is a faint halo of globular clusters and stray stars, hovering like a sparse cloud of fireflies around a lantern. These globular clusters, filled with old red stars, have been companions of our galaxy for eons, orbiting far above and below the plane. We spot one glowing softly off to port, a spherical swarm of ancient suns, isolated yet gleaming. It hangs in space as a reminder that our galaxy extends beyond its bright disk into a more tenuous realm of outliers and wanderers. Our vessel presses on toward the edge of the galaxy. After many long years of travel, we have come astonishingly far from where we began. We measure our distance now in tens of thousands of light years. The sun's location has dwindled to a minute pinpoint, lost deep within the shining disk behind us, impossible to pick out with the naked eye among the multitude. Here at the outskirts, the stars are so sparse that nights aboard our ship often show more emptiness than starlight through our windows. We have reached a realm where the Milky Way's brilliance has dimmed to a gentle luminance behind us. Ahead, in the direction we travel, the sky grows almost void of nearby stars. Only the faint glow of the galaxy behind illuminates the cosmic night, like a soft lantern hanging in the distance to show us how far we've come. At these fringe reaches of the galaxy, space feels even more vast and still. The interstellar dust and gas that were common in the inner regions are almost non-existent here, leaving space startlingly transparent. Far beyond the edges of our galaxy, the rest of the universe comes into clearer view. Pinpoints that were once veiled by dust now reveal themselves as distant galaxies scattered across the background of space. We find ourselves gazing out at the greater cosmos beyond our Milky Way, the fuzzy glows of countless island universes peppering the darkness. One of those faint glimmers is slightly brighter and larger than the rest. Our destination, the Andromeda galaxy, still a far-off smudge of light, but now distinct against the black curtain of night. Gradually, we cross the threshold, marking the edge of the Milky Way's disk. Beneath and behind us lies the entirety of our home galaxy, now shining as a single, luminous entity suspended in space. We are coasting through the galaxy's outer halo, that sparse region of stray stars and thinly spread clusters. Only a handful of solitary stars accompany us here, drifting in this far-flung realm, loosely bound by the Milky Way's gravity. They are the last outposts of our galaxy. As one star recedes behind, another might appear ahead. But they are few and far between, with vast gulfs separating them. The darkness between these last scattered stars is deep and seemingly endless. Finally, we approach the true frontier of our galaxy, the place where even those halo stars thin out to practically nothing. Here the Milky Way's influence gives way completely to the intergalactic void. If we look back now, we see our galaxy as a whole, suspended like a brilliant whirl of light that grows smaller with distance. Turning forward, we face an even greater darkness ahead. The nearest glimmer in front of us is not a single star, but an entire galaxy, Andromeda, waiting silently across the expanse. With one last glance backward, at the Milky Way's glowing disk, we prepare to step into the space between galaxies. We leave the comfort of our galactic home behind, venturing onward into the vast void that separates us from our next destination. The edge of the Milky Way lies behind us now, and the intergalactic journey begins, carrying us toward that faint beacon of Andromeda shining on the horizon of the universe. A profound darkness surrounds us as we venture into the intergalactic void. With the Milky Way now left far behind, there are no nearby stars to light our way. The galaxy that was once our home has dwindled to a soft glowing disk in the distance, a delicate candle flame flickering in an endless night. Ahead lies open space stretching for millions of light years. The nearest large object before us is Andromeda, but to our eyes it remains just a faint, gauzy patch of light suspended in the blackness. We are truly in between galaxies, between familiar lights, drifting in a great cosmic gulf that few could even imagine crossing. Here, between the galaxies, the night is deeper and more absolute than any we have known. The emptiness is nearly perfect, a void so vast that matter is scarcely present at all. In each cubic meter of space out here, only a few lonely atoms drift, ghostly remnants of ancient stars, spread thin by eons. Weeks and months pass without any change in the view outside our windows. The darkness is not just around us, but almost tangible in its stillness. Often we find ourselves gazing back at the tiny pinprick glow of the Milky Way behind, or at the slightly brighter blur of Andromeda ahead, using those two distant beacons to orient ourselves in this sea of nothingness. Time in this intergalactic expanse becomes an abstract concept. Without a rising or setting sun, without familiar cycles, time flows silently, like a slow river in the dark. We measure our progress by glacial changes in the shapes of the two galaxies in view. At first, the Milky Way's luminous disk still dominated our backward gaze, but gradually it recedes, growing smaller and fainter with each passing year. Andromeda, conversely, inches forward, its hazy glow very slowly brightening as we draw nearer. These changes are almost imperceptible in the moment, noticeable only over long spans. Years slip by quietly, then decades. We maintain our course and our quiet vigil, confident that each moment carries us a little closer toward our destination. Without nearby stars, the concept of distance becomes almost unimaginable. Out here, the idea of a light year gains a new, daunting clarity. Even light, the fastest of all travelers, would take years to journey from where we are now to either the galaxy behind us or the one ahead. Our own voyage, propelled by means far beyond any simple rocket, still demands patience on a monumental scale. Yet we are not discouraged. In this emptiness, we find a serene kind of freedom. There are no obstacles, no gravitational tangles to navigate, only the smooth, silent path forward. Our ship glides on with steady purpose, its engines a soft and constant hum in the background, as the void offers no resistance. Though the void is dark to our eyes, it is not truly devoid of all light. All around us, filling space like an invisible mist, is the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background radiation. At a frigid temperature only a few degrees above absolute zero, this ancient light doesn't register to our sight, but our instruments can feel it as a uniform whisper of heat from every direction. It bathes our vessel as we drift, a subtle reminder that even in nothingness, the history of the universe surrounds us. Sometimes we reflect on that. Here we are, floating between island universes, immersed in the faint echo of creation itself. In the darkest moments, we sometimes turn off our ship's lights and let our eyes adjust. What was pitch black at first becomes a subtle tapestry of distant light. The void is peppered with the faintest glimmers. Other galaxies, incredibly far away. Each tiny smudge or point is a galaxy millions or billions of light years distant, their combined glow providing a gentle backdrop. Out here, far from any galaxy's glare or dusty clouds, the wider universe reveals itself in a grand panorama. We realize that our local group, the small cluster of galaxies containing the Milky Way and Andromeda, is but one gathering in a vast cosmic web. Beyond our immediate voyage, countless other galaxies speckle the darkness, like far-off cities seen across a great expanse at night. As we traverse the intergalactic void, we now and then encounter faint traces of the cosmic web that connects galaxies. There are patches of slightly denser gas, tenuous wisps of hydrogen stretching across the emptiness. Our ship passes through one such region, a very diffuse cloud of atoms, tens of thousands of light years across. We barely notice it, except for a subtle uptick in our instruments' readings, a gentle rise in particle density, perhaps a solitary mote of dust pinging off our hull. Then, just as quietly, we emerge back into pristine emptiness. It is a quiet reminder that even the void is threaded with gossamer strands of matter, the faint echoes of all the stars and galaxies that ever were. The farther we venture, the more the Milky Way behind us shrinks in apparent size. What once filled our view as a splendid spiral now has diminished to a small oval, then to a tiny blur of light. Eventually, it becomes a mere star-like point with a faint halo, nearly indistinguishable from a distant galaxy or star. Knowing that that tiny glimmer contains everything that was once our home, all those billions of stars, our sun and earth among them, gives us a melancholy yet profound sense of perspective. We truly have travelled an incomprehensible distance. Turning forward again, we see Andromeda has gradually grown from a faint patch into a discernible form. It now looms larger in our forward view than the Milky Way does behind us, signalling that we have crossed the midpoint between our two galaxies. Somewhere in this emptiness, gravity itself balances between the two giants. There is a point, unseen and unmarked, where the gravitational pull of the Milky Way and that of Andromeda are equal. Perhaps we have already passed through that cosmic midpoint. There was no fanfare, no visible sign, only the quiet knowledge that we are now more under Andromeda's influence than that of our home galaxy. It feels akin to crossing the mid-ocean mark of a long sea voyage, when the shores behind have long vanished, and the new land ahead is still just a promise on the horizon. In our case, that horizon ahead is the approaching Andromeda galaxy, slowly sharpening into view as we draw closer. Through all these silent years of travel, we find ourselves reflecting on the sheer scale of the cosmos. Drifting between galaxies, one truly understands how isolated each island of stars is, and yet how they are all connected as parts of the universe's grand design. The emptiness around us amplifies every thought and emotion. We are a tiny, determined speck, carrying the spark of life and curiosity across an unimaginable abyss. All around is silence, the profound silence of a realm with no air and no sound. We speak softly on our vessel, as if in a great cathedral, our voices absorbed by the void. We are awed and humbled by the solemn grandeur of this place. And yet, even in this vast silence, we find companionship in the faint lights that journey with us, the distant glow of galaxies, the soft beacon of Andromeda ahead, and even the barely visible presence of the Milky Way behind have become our new constellations. They change slowly, but they are there. By now, Andromeda is no longer just a tiny blur. It has grown into a larger, elongated glow, hinting at its spiral shape to our long-range eyes. It beckons us onward, like a lighthouse guiding a ship through a dark sea. That gentle beacon, along with a handful of other dim galactic lights, encourages us and reminds us of our destination on the longest nights of our voyage. In this immeasurable darkness, one might think nothing could ever surprise us again. But then, on what passes for a day in our journey, though day and night have long lost their usual meaning, something new catches our eye. A tiny, solitary spark appears where none had been before, a pinpoint of light against the black backdrop, alone and out of place. At first we wonder if it might be a distant galaxy we hadn't noticed, or perhaps a trick of our senses. But as we continue onward, this speck of light remains fixed and resolute, growing slowly brighter as our ship closes the distance. It is not an illusion. Incredibly, it appears to be a star, a lone star, adrift here in the vast gap between galaxies. Our calm routine stirs with curiosity and excitement. Could it truly be a single star out here in the void? We adjust our course ever so slightly to learn more about this mysterious beacon. In all the infinite dark, the odds of encountering such a solitary sun are astonishing. Yet here it is, a small miracle shining ahead of us. As the hours and days pass, the point of light grows steadily stronger, confirming that we are indeed drawing nearer. Against the backdrop of emptiness, this star's steadfast glow is like finding an island after a long voyage at sea. We cannot help but feel a swell of anticipation. The void has granted us a rare gift, a solitary star, gleaming alone in the darkness, quietly awaiting our arrival. We draw closer to the solitary star, our senses eager to explore this unexpected oasis of light in the dark. What was once a tiny spark in the distance now grows into a definable orb, a true sun shining alone. Its glow strengthens from a pinprick to a warm radiance that cuts through the void around us. After so long traversing emptiness, the sight of a single star up close feels almost like a homecoming, a reminder of the suns we left behind. This star's light bathes our ship in a gentle golden hue as we approach, and the surrounding darkness recedes slightly, pushed back by the presence of this lone beacon. We soon discern that this star has a rich, amber colour. It is an older sun, perhaps a red giant, swollen and luminous in its later life. Its surface flickers with a deep orange glow, pulsating softly as the star breathes out heat and light into the void. In many ways it might have been unremarkable, even ordinary, if nestled among millions of others in a galaxy. But here it stands out in splendid isolation. We wonder about its history. Perhaps long ago, a gravitational dance or galactic collision hurled this star free from its original home. Now it wanders the intergalactic sea, a castaway that carries on shining without an audience. As we draw nearer, we gently slip into the star's sphere of influence. There is a subtle change in the environment. A delicate breeze of particles begins to brush against our vessel. This lone star emits a stellar wind, much like our sun does, and even out here it carves a tiny bubble in the surrounding emptiness. We realize that, in its own way, this star has a heliosphere, a protective cocoon of charged particles and magnetic field enveloping whatever lies nearby. Crossing into this bubble feels like entering a small sanctuary amid the wilderness of space. We scan the space around the star, searching for any companions. At first, it appears truly alone. No other stars accompany it, and no obvious neighbours are visible. Yet, almost miraculously, our instruments hint at the presence of something in orbit. There are slight wobbles in the star's light, subtle pulls of gravity that suggest the tug of unseen objects. It could be a planet, or perhaps several, circling faithfully around this exiled sun. If such planets exist, they would be among the most isolated worlds imaginable. We cannot confirm them visually just yet, but the possibility stirs our imagination. We picture one of those planets, a lonely globe held by the star's gravity, following it through the vast dark. For a moment, we envision standing on the surface of that distant world. The star above would be a brilliant orange sun, giving the daylight a honeyed glow. But beyond that, the sky would be nearly black. No familiar constellations would grace the night, no crowded star fields, no Milky Way band, only a few faint smudges of light from far-off galaxies. Perhaps the Milky Way would appear as a small hazy patch in one part of the sky, and Andromeda as a slightly larger one in another. Other galaxies might be barely visible as tiny, diffuse clouds. On such a world, nightfall would bring an almost total darkness. The heavens ruled mainly by the steady glow of its own sun and the soft collective shine of distant galaxies. It would be a sky both eerily empty and profoundly beautiful, a silent testament to that planet's solitary place in the cosmos. Our ship glides closer to the lone star than we have been to any star since leaving our solar system. We maintain a respectful distance to avoid the most intense radiation and heat. But even from afar, the star dominates our view. Its enormous form flickers gently. We can discern a textured surface, mottled with darker patches and bright, luminous regions. Occasionally, flares and prominences arc above the star's limb, ejecting streams of plasma into space. These events unfold in silence, yet they speak to the star's vibrant life. Against the backdrop of utter black, the star's glow feels warm and alive, a hearth in the cold emptiness. It's impossible not to feel a sense of kinship with this lonely sun. Just as we have travelled far from home, so too has this star been cast far from any galaxy, and yet it continues to shine steadfastly. There is a quiet heroism in its persistence. To keep burning, to keep giving off light and warmth in a place where no supporting cast of neighbouring stars exists. We reflect on how many years, centuries, or millennia this star has spent alone out here. The rest of the universe moves on in its grand dance. Galaxies collide, stars in clusters whirl about each other. But this star moves to its own slow rhythm through the void, solitary and resilient. We spend some time simply admiring and studying this star, savouring the rarity of the encounter. In the vast darkness, this has been like a brief stop at an oasis of light, a chance to pause and feel the presence of a sun once more. But our journey beckons us onward. Gently, we realign our course, setting our sights again toward the Andromeda galaxy. The star slowly recedes behind us as we depart, shrinking back to a bright point, and then to a faint pinprick, much as it appeared when we first discovered it. We leave it to continue its solitary voyage through the night. Having basked briefly in its warmth and light, we carry with us a renewed sense of companionship, as if we've paid respects to a fellow traveller in the cosmos. As we bid farewell to the solitary star in the dark, our attention returns to the immense destination ahead. The Andromeda galaxy looms larger than ever now, its soft light brighter and more expansive than when we first saw it as a distant blur. In the time we spent with that lone star, we have drawn noticeably closer to Andromeda's outskirts. Ahead of us, the gentle glow of countless stars blends into a hazy disk stretching across our forward view. We can even begin to discern individual clusters on its edges with our instruments. A sense of excitement and wonder wells up within us. We are truly at the doorstep of a new galaxy. With one last look back at the faint glimmer of that solitary star, we turn our craft fully toward Andromeda, ready to cross the threshold into our galactic neighbour's domain. At long last, we find ourselves at the outskirts of the Andromeda galaxy. From our vantage point, it fills a vast portion of the sky ahead. What once was a faint smudge has grown into a magnificent spiral form looming before us. We clearly see hazy, starlit arms unfurling around a bright, glowing core. Even though we are still just outside it, the galaxy's radiance falls upon us like the light of a rising dawn. After the profound darkness of intergalactic space, the richness of this starlight is almost overwhelming. We are approaching a new world of countless suns, an entire galaxy sprawling in front of our bow. The very edge of Andromeda's domain greets us subtly at first. Tenuous traces of gas and dust become detectable, wisps from the galaxy's immense halo. Our instruments note a gradual increase in particle density and a shift in the magnetic environment around us. It's as if we're sailing into the outer atmosphere of a giant. Before we see any individual stars up close, we feel the galaxy's presence in these faint, ghostly filaments of matter drifting far out from the galactic disk. We are entering Andromeda's halo, a nearly invisible but enormous cloud of hot plasma and stray stars that surrounds the galaxy proper. Soon, the specks of light ahead resolve not just into the soft glow of the galaxy's bulk, but into individual stars on its periphery. The black void ahead becomes salted with distant suns. At first, they appear sparsely, like the first few stars of twilight, but with each passing hour of travel, they grow in number and brightness. We realize with a thrill that these are Andromeda's stars, the outermost pioneers of its vast stellar population. Drifting among them, we truly feel we have arrived in a new realm. For the first time, we are among stars that do not belong to our Milky Way. We pass one star that lies at the very fringe of Andromeda's gravity, a solitary sentinel marking the galaxy's edge. Its light is faint and bluish, perhaps a hot star nearing the end of its life. But to us, it is a welcome sight, the first close star of this new galaxy. We glide by it respectfully, noting that it likely has spent its entire existence here on the outskirts, slowly orbiting Andromeda from afar. In its vicinity, we notice a few others, a small cluster of stars off to one side, possibly a globular cluster, or the remnant core of a dwarf satellite galaxy that accompanies Andromeda. These companions underscore the richness of this environment. We have entered a space where stars and clusters once again dot the landscape, after so long in darkness. As we penetrate further into Andromeda's outskirts, the star density continues to increase. What was once an empty expanse between galaxies now transforms into a sea of lights. Above and around us, new constellations of Andromeda's stars begin to form in the sky. They are unfamiliar patterns, of course, entirely new arrangements of bright stars that no human has ever seen from this perspective. We find ourselves craning our necks, in spirit, at least, in the weightlessness, to take in the sight of so many suns scattered ahead. There is a comforting similarity in being back inside a galaxy, yet everything we see is subtly different from the starry vistas of home. To our left, we catch sight of a pale glow that isn't part of the spiral arms, one of Andromeda's companion galaxies, hovering like a dim lantern near its host. It might be one of the small ellipticals, perhaps M32 or M110, which accompany Andromeda on its journey. Through our telescope, we see it as a fuzzy oval of light. It drifts at the edge of our vision, a reminder that galaxies often travel with families of their own. This little satellite galaxy's stars are bound in orbit around Andromeda, just as Andromeda and our Milky Way are bound together in the local group. The sight drives home the grandeur of what surrounds us. We are not merely approaching a single galaxy, but an entire system with multiple components. Looking ahead, the disk of Andromeda stretches out like a colossal, glowing plane. We can discern one of its spiral arms sweeping outward, studded with bluish knots that mark clusters of young, hot stars. Dark ribbons of cosmic dust thread through the arm, partially obscuring and tinting the starry light behind them. These features grow clearer as we draw nearer, revealing the intricate structure of a spiral galaxy's design. Somewhere in that direction, hidden among those distant lights, are immense nebulae and stellar nurseries where new suns and planets are being born. The thought that we will soon be among those far-off star clouds fills us with quiet awe. Gradually, the pull of Andromeda's gravity grows stronger, subtly accelerating our craft. It is as though the galaxy is reaching out with an invisible hand to draw us in. We adjust our trajectory and speed, aligning with the rotation of the spiral arms to prepare for our entry. There is a palpable sense of crossing a threshold, of moving from the intergalactic medium into the gravitational sphere of this galactic giant. Around us, starlight intensifies. The diffuse glow of Andromeda's disk separates into countless distinct points as we approach the outermost edge of one spiral arm. We take a moment to absorb this historic milestone. For the first time, an emissary of humanity is about to venture into another galaxy. Finally, we cross an invisible line and slip into Andromeda's outermost reaches. We are now, in every sense, inside a new galaxy. The space around us is alive with starlight and motion, a stark contrast to the emptiness we left behind. Beneath us, as we orient ourselves, lies the sprawling disk of the Andromeda galaxy, extending tens of thousands of light-years across. Above, the sky is speckled with stars, belonging both to Andromeda and to the farther universe beyond. We have truly arrived at our destination's doorstep. Yet even as we savour the wonder of this moment, we know our journey is far from over. In many ways, it is beginning anew. Deeper within Andromeda lie untold marvels, dense star clusters, glowing nebulae, perhaps even alien worlds orbiting alien suns, all awaiting discovery. We find ourselves filled with anticipation. Our spacecraft presses gently forward, ready to venture further into this vast new expanse. With one last backward glance toward the faint, distant glow of the Milky Way, our original home, now just another tiny light in the sky, we turn fully toward the rich star fields ahead. Our odyssey continues as we cross from the threshold into the heart of Andromeda, eager to discover what wonders lie beyond. Now, beyond the fringes of our home galaxy, we drift in a silence that feels infinite. The bright canopy of the Milky Way has faded behind us, its dense starry band now a delicate pale glow in the distance. Here at the galaxy's edge, stars have grown sparse. One by one they slipped behind, until only a handful of solitary beacons remained. We have slipped quietly past the border of everything familiar, into a realm where our galaxy's light no longer surrounds us. We have crossed the boundary where the Milky Way's influence wanes, stepping into the vast, unowned darkness between galaxies. Leaving our galaxy is unlike any journey ever imagined. As we departed, we watched the Milky Way recede, a broad swath of light that gradually narrowed to a gleaming disk suspended in blackness. Once, we were immersed in its brilliance, stars surrounding us on all sides. Now, for the first time, we see the Milky Way as a whole from the outside looking back. Its spiral arms form a faint whirl, laced with dim silvery ribbons of starlight and shadowy lanes of cosmic dust. The disk is a slender, glowing plane with a bright central bulge swelling from its middle. That bulge glows softly, a concentrated hearth of ancient suns at the galaxy's core. Our entire galactic home, with all its billions of stars, now appears as a single, tiny oasis of light, hanging alone in an endless night. To us, long confined inside it, seeing our Milky Way from this outside perspective is deeply moving, akin to seeing the entirety of one's homeland from far above, recognizing its true form for the first time. Drifting farther outward, even that oasis begins to diminish. The Milky Way's disk grows smaller with each passing moment, its light fainter and more distant. We are moving beyond the last outposts of our galaxy, beyond the faint tracery of halo stars and the lone wandering clusters that linger far from the galactic center. We slip past one such cluster, a globular swarm of ancient stars, tens of thousands of suns gathered in a tight ball. It has shone for billions of years on the outskirts, like a final lighthouse marking the galaxy's frontier. The cluster's glow is a dim golden haze to our eyes, the combined light of myriad aging stars. Not far from it, we catch sight of two small fuzzy patches fading behind us. The Magellanic Clouds, our Milky Way's own tiny companion galaxies. Even those companions are now left in the distance, swallowed by the growing gulf. As we leave these last galactic sentinels behind, we truly enter intergalactic space. As we pass beyond the last tenuous grasp of our galaxy, a milestone is reached. For the first time, we find ourselves truly adrift in intergalactic space. A bittersweet feeling wells up. There is a touch of sadness in leaving the Milky Way behind. The luminous cradle that spawned us now recedes into the dark. But there is also excitement, even exhilaration, in venturing into the unknown. In the silent void, we carry the glow of our home in our memory. It comforts us, even as it dwindles behind, and it lights a small ember of courage as we face the vast frontier ahead. Between the galaxies, there is no guidepost, no familiar landmark, only darkness and the distant glows of where we've been and where we are headed. The space around us is black velvet, dotted sparsely with the faintest of lights. With the Milky Way behind us, all surrounding stars seem to have vanished, save for a diffuse blur far ahead. The Andromeda galaxy, our destination, still millions of light years away. We pause in this emptiness to absorb the scene. Behind us, the gentle haze of the Milky Way. Ahead, a ghostly patch that is Andromeda. And all around, an endless sea of night. It feels as though we are lone sailors on a lightless ocean, with one lighthouse fading in the distance behind, and another just barely visible on the horizon ahead. This expanse between galaxies is almost perfectly silent and still. There are no nearby stars here to light our way. No planets, no comets. Nothing but a few stray atoms drifting in a void that stretches on for unimaginable distances. In fact, sound itself has no meaning here. With no air or medium, even the loudest cry would dissolve into silence. A star could explode in a brilliant supernova not far away, and we would see its flash in ghostly silence, the fury of its explosion never making a sound. It is a silence deeper than any found on Earth, a quietude unbroken by any motion or murmur. Without gravity or a frame of reference, we drift weightlessly, with no sense of up or down. With no familiar guide to orient us, we must trust the memory of where we came from and where we are headed. One could easily spin and not know which way is forward. It is an eerie sensation, as if we are drifting through a boundless dream. The very concept of location or direction grows abstract in such emptiness. There is only the faint glimmer behind us and the faint promise ahead. There is truly nothing else, just us and the universe. In this gulf, space is emptier than anywhere we've ever been. The nearest star from either galaxy lies so far away that for ages we will not encounter even a hint of starlight aside from our distant beacons. The density of matter here is vanishingly small, perhaps only a handful of atoms in a volume the size of a house. We glide through a vacuum so complete it challenges the imagination. By human standards, this emptiness is inconceivably absolute. The air we breathe on Earth holds more molecules in a single breath than this vast region holds across kilometers. Here, even light grows old and thin. The feeble glow from distant galaxies barely brushes our eyes. We are embraced by a profound darkness that is broken only by faint reminders of faraway realms. Once in a great while, a lone photon from a distant galaxy, or a wandering cosmic ray from some ancient supernova might streak through this void. Tiny messengers from elsewhere. But such encounters are exceedingly rare, and nothing material disturbs the tranquility of this tremendous expanse. In this place, the absence of everything becomes almost a presence in itself, a tangible quiet. It is as close to absolute nothingness as nature will allow. Yet the darkness is not absolute. Everywhere around us, an invisible backdrop of ancient light permeates space. It is the cosmic microwave background, a dim afterglow of the Big Bang, gently bathing the universe at a temperature only a few degrees above absolute zero. In this intergalactic night, we feel the chill of that primordial whisper. The temperature here is about 270 degrees Celsius, so cold it nearly merges with absolute zero. It is as if the cosmos itself remembers its hot, youthful fire. And now only this cool whisper remains. In the silence and darkness, that ghostly glow reminds us that even in emptiness, the universe carries its history with it. The universe has not forgotten its beginning, and even in this void, the faint memory of creation surrounds us. Alone in this gulf, we come face to face with an almost spiritual solitude. Initially, a part of us feels small and vulnerable in the face of such emptiness, but that feeling slowly dissolves into calm acceptance. There are moments when the emptiness feels overwhelming. We are farther from home than any traveller has ever been. Yet the solitude is surprisingly gentle, not frightening. It is a quiet that allows deep contemplation. Floating here, we find a profound peace, as if the universe has paused to let us reflect. Laid bare by the cosmos, we feel small and humbled, but also intimately connected to everything around. In the profound hush, one can almost imagine a cosmic music playing, a silent symphony of the spheres. The stars and galaxies seem to hum in harmony, not in sound, but in the graceful choreography of their motions. In the absence of everything familiar, we find ourselves communing with the cosmos in silence, gaining a new perspective on what home really means. Silence, darkness, emptiness. We drift through an almost supernatural quiet, finding that even in the absence of all things, there is a profound presence of peace. As we progress further from our galaxy's grasp, the pull of our home gradually weakens. Gravity, that subtle tether anchoring us to the Milky Way, is slackening its hold now. If we glance back, we know the Milky Way still tugs on us, but ever more faintly as we recede. Ahead, almost imperceptibly at first, another force begins to draw us forward. The gentle gravitational embrace of Andromeda. Somewhere in this vast expanse, we crossed an invisible line. Before crossing it, if we had stopped, we might have drifted slowly back toward the Milky Way. Beyond it, we would fall toward Andromeda. We have entered a zone where Andromeda's gravity overtakes that of our distant home. We are in a frontier between two great islands of stars, where neither held full sway until now. It is a transition point, a balance in the void, and passing it begins to tip our journey decidedly toward Andromeda's domain. Past this point, even if we wanted to turn back, the gravity of Andromeda would beckon us onward regardless. Time flows strangely in this emptiness. Without day or night, without any cycles or familiar rhythms, time becomes something we measure only by the changing view. Gradually, almost imperceptibly over long ages, Andromeda's faint smudge of light grows larger and a touch brighter. What once was just a tiny, hazy patch, barely distinguishable from darkness, now gains definition very slowly. At the same time, if we turn around, the Milky Way's glow shrinks further, receding to an even smaller patch of light. We mark these changes to keep track of our progress. The subtle brightening ahead, the dimming behind. There are no sunrises or seasons here to count the passage of time, only the languid shift in cosmic light. It could take millennia for Andromeda's appearance to noticeably change. Yet in our mind's eye, we accelerate through those eons, watching the slow approach as a time lapse of light across unimaginable years. At times it feels as though we have stepped outside the normal flow of time altogether, drifting in a realm where ages can pass unnoticed. In the vacuum of intergalactic space, moments and millennia blur. Without change or motion as a marker, time becomes a gentle murmur rather than a ticking clock. This journey redefines patience. One must think not in hours or years, but in millennia and epochs. We learn to accept that even significant changes require vast spans of time out here. In such solitude, we have all the time in the universe. Far from any star, the very concept of a journey becomes abstract. Distance and time blur together when traveling between galaxies. We wonder how long this crossing would truly take if bound to conventional travel. Even at the speed of light, bridging the gap between the Milky Way and Andromeda would consume over 2 million years. No human could experience such a voyage in reality, but in our imagination, we transcend those limits. We allow ourselves to drift at the speed of thought, collapsing millennia into moments. Still, the knowledge of that immense distance humbles us. It reminds us that even between two nearby galaxies, the gulf is vast beyond comprehension. Even our units and measurements start to feel inadequate out here. We speak of millions of light years, but can we truly grasp such a span? In this emptiness, those figures become almost meaningless abstractions. The gap between galaxies is so vast that our usual sense of distance simply falls away, leaving us in wordless awe of the scale of it all. We continue onward, slipping through the cold, starless void. Occasionally, we catch sight of a subtle shimmer far off to one side. Perhaps the collective glow of some distant cluster of galaxies beyond our local realm. The universe around us is not entirely empty. Beyond our local group are other island universes scattered in the darkness, congregated in clusters and chains. They lie so far away that their light reaches us only as a faint, unresolved haze, almost lost in the blackness. We might be glimpsing, for example, the far-off glimmer of the Virgo cluster, a massive community of galaxies tens of millions of light years away, containing thousands of galaxies in its bustling realm. But here, in our intergalactic crossing, such remote lights are little more than indistinct patches on the cosmic horizon. They serve only to remind us that even this void is part of a larger tapestry of galaxies, though none will accompany us on this particular voyage across the gulf. All of those distant clusters and groups are nodes in a vast cosmic web, filaments of galaxies and great voids that make up the large-scale structure of the universe. But from our lonely vantage, the cosmic web's grand design is invisible. We see only darkness, punctuated by the small realm of our local family. It's astonishing to consider that even the immense journey we've undertaken is but a tiny traversal within that incomprehensibly larger cosmic tapestry. Now we reach a profound midpoint in our crossing, a place roughly equidistant between the Milky Way and Andromeda. Suspended here, we can see both galaxies as separate, majestic entities. To our backs, the Milky Way shines as a tiny spiral cloud of light, its myriad stars now blending into a single delicate glow. To our front, Andromeda has grown from a hazy patch into a discernible spiral form, larger and more distinct than the Milky Way appears behind us. We find ourselves truly in between, about 1 million or more light years from each galaxy, positioned at a breathtaking cosmic vantage point. It is as if we stand in a lonely void between two grand cities of light, glimmering across a dark sea, each beckoning in its own quiet way. In a way, we are perched on the fulcrum of a cosmic scale, with two colossal galaxies balancing on either side of us. Behind us lies the entire Milky Way. Ahead of us shines Andromeda. In between, there is only the deep void, and our tiny presence moving through it. From this vantage, the Milky Way and Andromeda seem like cosmic mirror images facing one another across emptiness. Each galaxy holds billions upon billions of stars. Yet from here, each one looks soft and small, glowing through the darkness like a distant lantern. Andromeda's glow is noticeably broader and brighter, a testament to its roughly trillion stars outshining our galaxy's few hundred billion. The Milky Way behind us, though magnificent, appears gentler and fainter by comparison. In the grand theatre of the universe, we witness these two great spirals quietly approaching one another, drawn together by an invisible gravitational thread. They float in silence, two enormous pinwheels of light slowly converging in the endless night. It is almost as if these two galaxies are gazing at one another across the void, slowly but inevitably moving closer. We pause here in awe at the sight of our entire galaxy seen from outside. Everything we have ever known, every star we navigated by, every planet, every story, every life, resides in that faint shimmer behind us. Our sun is just one tiny spark buried in that glow, utterly indistinguishable among the collective radiance of hundreds of billions of stars. And our Earth, far too small to be seen at all from here, is nonetheless there, hidden in the Milky Way's distant light. From this lonely midpoint, our home galaxy is just a pale lantern suspended in an infinite void. It is both beautiful and humbling. We realize how vast the universe is, beyond the bounds of what once seemed so immense. The Milky Way, unfathomably huge when we dwelled within it, is revealed to be just one of countless others. Seeing it reduced to a tiny, delicate glow brings a sense of our own fragility on the cosmic scale. Yet it also fills us with gratitude and wonder to have come from that little light and to be able to gaze upon it from afar. For a long while we simply float here, transfixed by that tiny glow. We let the scene etch itself into our memory, savouring the profound significance of this moment. We linger in silence, letting the significance of it sink in. We have truly left our entire world behind. Looking forward again, we are filled with anticipation and a touch of reverence. Andromeda lies ahead, clearly larger now, its spiral arms faintly visible, curling around a luminous core. This galaxy has been drawing us in with its gravitational pull, an attraction at play for eons. In fact, these two galaxies, Andromeda and the Milky Way, are not static islands, but travellers on a slow collision course. Even now, Andromeda moves toward the Milky Way at tremendous speed, hundreds of kilometers every second. It is one of the very few galaxies we observe racing toward us, while most others drift away. Andromeda's very light carries evidence of this approach. It is slightly shifted toward blue wavelengths, a subtle cosmic Doppler effect, signaling the galaxy's motion in our direction. This inevitable meeting is still some 4 billion years in the future. Here in the silence between them, we can almost sense that destiny, a faint tension in space, the knowledge that gravity will one day unite these giants. We contemplate that cosmic destiny for a moment. Gravity has made us voyagers, pulling us from one galaxy to the next, just as it will one day pull the galaxies themselves into each other's embrace. We imagine the far future when these two massive spirals begin to merge, a slow, grand dance of stars where entire solar systems will sweep past each other unharmed. Over billions of years, the two galaxies will eventually become one. Those events lie so far ahead, in epochs measured in billions of years, that they almost exceed comprehension. Like a dream at the edge of time, the merger will unfold in silence long after our era. For now, it is enough to know that we are following a path nature has laid out, moving in the same direction that the galaxies are destined to travel. Floating in this midpoint void, we also notice that Andromeda is not alone. Nearby, if we adjust our gaze, we catch sight of another faint galaxy, the Triangulum galaxy, M33, a smaller spiral accompanying Andromeda. Triangulum is modest in size compared to its giant neighbour, but it too contains billions of stars and a beautiful, if diminutive, spiral form. From here, it appears as a delicate, dim patch of light off to one side of Andromeda's glow. It drifts through space as part of the same local family of galaxies. One day, Triangulum might join the cosmic dance of Andromeda and the Milky Way. Astronomers believe it could be drawn into the collision, perhaps merging with the combined galaxies, or even possibly encountering our Milky Way beforehand. There is even a small chance M33 could meet the Milky Way first, a prelude to the main event. For now, it remains a distant companion, a third quiet presence in this corner of the universe. Scattered around as well are dozens of even smaller dwarf galaxies. Over 50 such diminutive companions have been discovered so far, too tiny and faint to see clearly from here. They orbit the larger galaxies like a swarm of fireflies around lanterns, bound to their respective hosts by gravity. Envisioning the local group from out here, we realize it is like a small archipelago of islands in a vast ocean of space. Our Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum, and their retinue of dwarfs form a tight-knit cluster of galaxies bound together by gravity. This is our cosmic neighborhood, spanning a few million light-years across, a tiny pocket of the universe where these galaxies stay together. Beyond our local group, the next great accumulation of galaxies is far away, the Virgo cluster, tens of millions of light-years in the distance. From here, that cluster is only a faint, far-off patch of light, nearly lost among the background of the cosmos. Elsewhere across the universe, galaxies form groups and clusters separated by immense voids, all drifting apart as space itself expands. But within our local group, gravity holds sway over expansion. Andromeda and the Milky Way are not being carried away by the universe's growth. Instead, they are pulling toward each other. This little archipelago of galaxies is bound together against the expansion of the cosmos at large. Indeed, in the far, far future, trillions of years from now, these few galaxies may merge into a single giant galaxy, isolated in an ever-darkening universe. Such thoughts make our present journey all the more poignant. All these reflections underscore how unique our journey is. We are crossing a gap that, while enormous, is still small enough that gravity bridges it. In cosmic terms, Andromeda is a close neighbour, so near that our two galaxies are destined to meet and merge. Had Andromeda been much farther away, the expansion of the universe might have kept us eternally apart, its galaxy receding instead of approaching. But here, local gravity prevails. As we float between the Milky Way and Andromeda, we occupy a realm where the universe's expansion has been overcome by mutual attraction. It is a tranquil contest of forces, the pull of gravity binding this little group versus the push of cosmic expansion beyond. Within this space, the pull wins. We are gently and irresistibly drawn toward Andromeda, carried by the same tide that will eventually bring both galaxies together. No human or probe has ever come this far. We are explorers on a path no one has traveled before, even if only in our dreams. The significance of this crossing is not lost on us. After lingering for a time at the midpoint to appreciate the cosmic panorama, we resume our journey toward Andromeda. Bit by bit, the galaxy's presence grows. What was once a tiny patch now spreads out so wide that we must sweep our gaze to take it all in. We begin to discern a concentrated core and hints of structure radiating outward. Andromeda's central region appears brighter now, a concentrated knot of light marking the dense hub of the galaxy. From that nucleus, faint streams of luminosity spiral outward, suggestions of its immense spiral arms, splayed out like a giant pinwheel. Though still delicate from this distance, they form a graceful silhouette of curving starlight. There is a subtle change in the feel of our voyage as well. We have left the perfect symmetry of the midpoint and are now undeniably moving within Andromeda's sphere of influence. Its gravity is the dominant force guiding our flight. The Milky Way's hold behind us has weakened to near insignificance. We are effectively falling into Andromeda's gravitational embrace, like a leaf caught in the gentle pull of a distant whirlpool. Each moment brings the galaxy ahead noticeably nearer. At last, we can truly perceive our progress. Andromeda grows perceptibly larger by the day now. Its expansion in our view is no longer just a theory, but a visible reality, a thrilling confirmation that the gap is closing. We sense a quickening, though not a physical jolt, more a conceptual acceleration, knowing that each passing hour brings our destination more clearly into view. The intergalactic void that once felt endless now finally has an end in sight. Andromeda no longer seems just a distant cloud. It is revealing itself as a sprawling galactic system before us. Stars, which had vanished from our surroundings during the long traverse, slowly begin to reappear as we approach. At first, we notice a single faint star ahead, then another to one side, like the first stars emerging in a dusk sky after sunset. These first stars are far-flung members of Andromeda's realm, scattered in the galaxy's remote outskirts. They are like lone scouts, orbiting thousands of light years beyond the galaxy's main disk. Initially, they are few and far between, isolated points of light twinkling in the void. Each one is a sun that long ago ventured to the galaxy's edge or was tossed outward by gravitational interactions. They shine here in solitude, tiny heralds announcing that we are entering the outskirts of a new galaxy. All around us, the nature of space subtly changes. We are no longer in the pure emptiness of open intergalactic space. We have drifted into the outermost atmosphere of Andromeda, the fringes of its enormous halo. This halo is an invisible cloud of thin, hot plasma that surrounds the galaxy well beyond its stars. It stretches for well over 1 million light years, nearly halfway back toward the Milky Way. Though we cannot see it directly, its presence is real. The sparse atoms of this halo, just a few per cubic meter, brush past us without a sound. If we had sensitive instruments, we might detect a slight uptick in diffuse particles, a whisper of matter, where before there was none. Occasionally, this halo reveals itself in special wavelengths, like ultraviolet, a soft glow hinting at its vast extent. By entering here, we have effectively crossed into Andromeda's outer domain. This is the galaxy's true outer boundary, not marked by any sharp line, but by this gradual increase in material and by the first sparse stars accompanying it. Unseen to our eyes, an even more mysterious component envelops the galaxy beyond its visible stars, an immense halo of dark matter. This invisible mass surrounds Andromeda far out into space, providing much of the gravitational pull that we feel even here. Though we cannot detect it directly, This dark halo is the scaffolding of Andromeda, an unseen presence guiding the motions of everything within the galaxy's reach. Astronomers suspect that the halos of Andromeda and the Milky Way may even overlap, meaning the outskirts of these two galaxies have already begun to touch in some invisible way. In a sense, our galaxies are not entirely separate even now, their faint edges mingling long before the stars themselves meet. Leaving that lone outpost star behind us, we press further inward. Passing one of these solitary stars, we marvel at its isolation. It drifts through the dark on the outskirts of Andromeda, perhaps unaware of the grand galaxy shining tens of thousands of light years inward. This star may have planets of its own, but if so, their skies would be nearly black. The nearest stellar neighbours are incredibly distant, and the bulk of Andromeda's stars lie far off as a pale band of light in their firmament. From a hypothetical world circling this lonely sun, the heart of Andromeda would appear as a hazy, elongated cloud in the sky, much as Andromeda once looked to us when we gazed up from Earth. And what of our Milky Way from that vantage? Perhaps a faint smudge of light on the opposite side of their sky, almost unnoticed. We cannot help but wonder, if there was someone on a planet around this distant star, would they gaze out and ponder the tiny glow of our galaxy, not realizing what it is? In that thought, a strange connection forms. Two observers in different galaxies, each looking toward the other's home as a mysterious blur in the dark. The universe, in its grand scale, allows such silent mutual gazes across unimaginable distances. Before long, we leave that solitary sun behind, watching its faint light recede into the background of the halo. We continue inward, and more stars begin to dot the blackness ahead. Sparse at first, then gradually increasing in number. We have entered Andromeda's halo proper, a vast spherical region encircling the galaxy, filled with ancient, lonely stars and globular clusters. Within this halo, the stars are spread over tremendous volumes of space, far apart from one another. Collectively, though, they form a tenuous halo of light around the galaxy, a barely perceptible glow extending far beyond the visible disk. We find ourselves among some of these halo stars now. Each glints softly against the void. Many are extremely old, with a subtle red or amber hue betraying their age. Survivors from the galaxy's youth, or remnants of smaller galaxies long ago absorbed by Andromeda. They roam the outskirts with leisurely orbits, ancient wanderers keeping their distance from the bustling galactic core. Occasionally, these halo stars are not solitary at all, but form tenuous streams, faint rivers of stars that arc through the halo. These are the remnants of small galaxies Andromeda swallowed in the past, their stars stretched out into ghostly strands marking where those galaxies once travelled. Such stellar streams are too faint for our eyes to pick out now, but they weave a hidden tapestry around the galaxy, telling the story of Andromeda's past meals. Drifting past a small globular cluster that belongs to Andromeda, we take a moment to appreciate its beauty. It hangs in space like a tiny, densely packed sphere of stars, hundreds of thousands of them bound together by gravity. From a distance, the cluster appears as a hazy ball of light, a bit brighter toward its center, where the stars crowd closest. This is but one of hundreds of such clusters orbiting Andromeda, each a miniature oasis of ancient stars in the galactic halo. It has likely been circling Andromeda for billions of years, a relic from the galaxy's formation, or perhaps the core of a smaller galaxy long ago devoured. The thought is awe-inspiring. Even these dim, outlying clusters carry stories of cosmic history. We glide gently by, leaving the globular cluster to continue its endless journey around Andromeda, a tiny micro-galaxy unto itself. Elsewhere in the halo, far from our path, drifts another cluster named Myol-2, the largest globular cluster known in the local group, containing millions upon millions of stars. It is a behemoth of a cluster, almost a miniature galaxy in its own right, quietly orbiting Andromeda's outskirts. By now, if we cast our gaze around, the character of the darkness has changed. It is no longer the pure, starless black of intergalactic space. The sky ahead and around us is speckled with an increasing number of faint stars. These are Andromeda's stars, and their presence feels like a welcome, tiny pricks of light that gently break the void. For so long we travelled with scarcely any stars to accompany us. Now, to see these points of light feels almost like regaining a familiar sky. It's akin to a traveller crossing a desert who finally sees the first few lights of a distant town. The emptiness is yielding to a new environment, filled with the promise of countless suns. Where once there was darkness, now there are stars, and we feel a quiet relief in their company. Andromeda itself now dominates much of our forward view. What was once a nebulous patch has expanded into a magnificent galactic vista. We can clearly see the bright core of the galaxy, shining like a beacon ahead. Around it, the ghostly glow of the disk spreads wide. We discern broad, curving bands wrapping around the galaxy, the great spiral arms of Andromeda. Along those arms, delicate dark lanes thread through the starlight, immense clouds of interstellar dust tracing the spiral pattern. They appear as subtle shadows, like brushstrokes across a canvas of light, partially veiling the stars behind them. These dust lanes hint at what lies deeper within. They are the birthplaces of new stars, the raw material for Andromeda's ongoing evolution. From out here, they look like gentle swirls of darkness accentuating the galaxy's form. The spiral arms themselves carry bright knots within them. Some of these knots are vast clusters of stars, others are enormous nebulae. One prominent luminous patch, known as NGC 206, is in fact a massive star cloud teeming with hot young stars that illuminate their surrounding region. These glowing clumps mark stellar nurseries and populous clusters that dot Andromeda's arms, like city lights giving structure and texture to the galaxy. The central bulge of Andromeda looms ahead as well, shining intensely, a brilliant core outshining any single star. Accompanying Andromeda's majestic form, we notice two small galaxies nearby, its satellite companions. Off to one side of the great spiral's bright core glows a compact oval of light, Messier 32, or M32. It is a dwarf elliptical galaxy orbiting very close to Andromeda. M32 shines with a condensed brightness, like a tiny smudge of starlight hugging the larger galaxy's flank. Its stars are packed into a dense sphere. M32 may once have been larger, but long ago Andromeda's gravity likely stripped away its outer stars, leaving only a bright core. Now it clings close to Andromeda, a companion locked in orbit around its giant host. Slightly farther out, on another side of Andromeda's disk, we find a gentler glow. The dwarf galaxy Messier 110, or M110. It appears as an elongated haze of light, larger and more diffuse than M32. M110 is another satellite of Andromeda, a bit more distant from the main galaxy, but still firmly bound by gravity. These two companion galaxies orbit their host like small fish accompanying a great whale. They are Andromeda's equivalent of the Milky Way's Magellanic Clouds, smaller partners traveling with the larger galaxy through space. Seeing M32 and M110 here, hovering near Andromeda's luminous expanse, confirms that we have entered the vicinity of a complex, rich galactic system. We are not only approaching Andromeda itself, but also the community of celestial objects that belong to it. As we draw nearer to Andromeda, we find ourselves passing close by the diffuse companion galaxy M110. We take a slight detour to observe this satellite up close. M110 appears as an elongated, hazy oval of light suspended in the darkness. Unlike the grand spiral of Andromeda, M110 has no distinct arms or pronounced structure. It is an elliptical collection of stars, mostly older and cooler, giving it a subtler glow. Little gas or dust remains in M110, so new stars are scarce. It is a peaceful, autumnal galaxy in the shadow of its mighty neighbour. We imagine standing on a world inside M110. The night sky there would be dominated by the Andromeda galaxy itself, looming large and breathtaking, far bigger than we ever saw it from Earth. One could look up and see Andromeda's spiral bands filling a portion of the sky, an awe-inspiring vista for any sky watcher in that galaxy. In time, M110 may drift closer and eventually be assimilated into Andromeda, merging its stars with the larger galaxy. After taking in the soft radiance of this diminutive galaxy, we turn back toward Andromeda, which now awaits us with even greater urgency. With each passing moment, we draw nearer to the outskirts of Andromeda's vast stellar disk. The number of surrounding stars continues to grow. What were isolated pinpoints begin to form a faint backdrop of starry light. We notice a subtle bluish tint to some of the stars coming into view, likely young, hot stars residing in the far reaches of Andromeda's spiral arms. Their blue glow stands out amid the older, redder stars of the halo. Even out here on the edge, Andromeda is actively birthing new stars, and a few of these newborn suns drift on the periphery, announcing the galaxy's vitality. Their presence hints at the spiral wonders awaiting further inside, regions where gas and dust coalesce to form clusters of brilliant young stars. For now, we see only a few specks of blue among the more numerous old stars, but they promise the galactic vistas to come. Now the great spiral truly stretches across our field of view, an awe-inspiring island of light filling the darkness ahead. It is as if we are approaching a colossal, softly glowing city after a long journey through a dark wilderness. The nearer we get, the more details spring forth. Distant bright knots in the spiral arms that were once indistinct now become clearer. Some of these knots are vast clusters of stars. Others are enormous nebula, clouds of gas and dust illuminated from within by newborn stars. If we look closely, we might catch faint hints of their colours. Perhaps a subtle blush of pink, marking glowing hydrogen gas, or a splash of blue-white where hot young stars congregate. These are stellar nurseries and populous clusters dotting Andromeda's arms. They are like the city lights of this galaxy, giving structure and texture to its sweeping spiral design. The central bulge of Andromeda towers ahead as well, shining more intensely now, a brilliant core that outshines any single star. For centuries, as seen from Earth, Andromeda was nothing more than a faint smudge of light in the night sky, often called the little cloud in Andromeda. Not even 100 years ago, astronomers finally proved that this nebula was actually an entire galaxy far beyond our own. That revelation expanded our understanding of the universe immensely. Now, up close, that once mysterious smudge resolves into uncountable stars and vast structures. What was a mere blur to human eyes reveals itself as a sprawling metropolis of stars stretching across space. For all these staggering numbers, nothing compares to witnessing it in person. An entire galaxy becoming the new sky around us. Though we are still in the galaxy's outskirts, the transformation from emptiness to a starlit domain is profound. Intergalactic space, with its lonely darkness, lies behind us. Ahead is a cosmos filled with stars. We begin to truly sense the immense scale of Andromeda. This galaxy spans over 200,000 light-years from end to end, an enormous expanse of stars, nebulae, and clusters. To put that in perspective, if a beam of light started at one edge of Andromeda when the earliest humans first walked the Earth, that light would only now be arriving at the galaxy's opposite edge. It is nearly impossible to grasp such dimensions directly, but seeing the galaxy's disk spread out before us gives an intuitive sense of its enormity. We are approaching something truly colossal, a cosmic metropolis of 1 trillion suns. For all these mind-bending figures, to behold it with our own eyes is to finally understand in our gut how immense a galaxy can be. The Andromeda galaxy is enormous beyond full comprehension. Yet here it is before us, gradually becoming our new environment. We are moving toward an entire system of worlds that will soon surround us. Behind us, if we pause for one more look back, the Milky Way is now barely visible. It has dwindled to a small, faint spot of light far behind, nearly lost amid the blackness and the far-off glimmers of other galaxies. Our old home exists now only as a tiny echo of light in the distance. There is a touch of melancholy in seeing it so diminished. The vast galaxy that contained all our history, now reduced to an almost ghostly speck of radiance. In that faint glow resides our sun, our Earth, everything we once knew, now too distant to perceive. We whisper a silent goodbye to our home galaxy and turn fully toward the new world ahead. Any sadness is tempered by the wonder of where we stand now. We have come so far across the void, and the faintness of the Milky Way behind us only highlights the extraordinary nature of our voyage. There is a quiet excitement in this moment. We are about to cross into the domain of an entirely new galaxy. Ahead lies the edge of Andromeda's vast disk of stars. We are no longer merely traveling through empty space with a destination ahead. We are on the verge of entering that destination itself. The concept of a boundary between galaxies is a curious one, because there is no sharp dividing line like a border on a map. Instead, there is a gradual transition, from almost no stars around us to a few, then dozens, and eventually the uncountable many that make up a galaxy. Somewhere just in front of us is where this transition truly takes hold, where the night ceases to be mostly void and becomes filled with the light of Andromeda's stars. Crossing that threshold is momentous. In a single step, we will go from being travelers between galaxies to visitors inside a new galaxy's realm. It's as if we have been sailing across a dark sea and now see the coastline of a new continent emerging ahead. In truth, we have crossed a cosmic ocean and finally glimpsed the lights of a distant shore. Our long voyage across the stars is bringing us to a new world. We approach this threshold with reverence and gentle anticipation. Slowly, steadily, the sparse outer stars thicken into a more continuous backdrop of light. What was once a mostly empty expanse around us has become a faint stellar field. On one side of this unseen line, we had only the occasional lone star of the halo. On the other side lies the crowded outskirts of the galactic disk. In just a short distance more, we will find ourselves truly among Andromeda's outermost stars. It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment one can say, now we are inside the galaxy. But we feel it approaching. We sense that we are about to leave the intergalactic night completely and be embraced by the collective radiance of a trillion suns. Already the darkness around us is dissolving into starlight. We are like sailors who have crossed an ocean and now see the glow of a distant port. A quiet thrill runs through us as we realize how close we are. Ahead lies the vast expanse of Andromeda's starry realm, ready to welcome us. We know that beyond this threshold, an entire galaxy's wonders await. Swirling nebulae, brilliant clusters, uncountable stars, with their own worlds circling them. As newcomers to this galactic domain, even the constellations around us will be unfamiliar. Patterns of stars, unlike any we have ever seen, formed by Andromeda's stellar families. We carry forward not just our curiosity, but also a deep respect for the enormity of what we are about to enter. In a few more moments, we will leave emptiness behind and glide fully into that sea of stars. It's as though we stand at the open door of a great cosmic cathedral, about to step inside. The emptiness around us is already giving way to the faint glow of starlight ahead. Already our minds race with questions. How will it feel to navigate a completely new sky filled with unfamiliar stars? What secrets might Andromeda hold in its spiral arms and hidden core? We are about to find out, and the prospect fills us with quiet wonder. And when we finally look back from within Andromeda's borders, we will see the Milky Way hanging as a diminutive haze in the distant darkness, a small reminder of the journey we undertook to get here. Here, suspended between what was and what will be, we allow ourselves a gentle pause. This is not an end, but a turning point before the next chapter of our odyssey. Already, our perspective has shifted. To witness such scales and distances is to be forever changed. The petty worries of our former life feel remote now, humbled by the vast reality we've come to know. We have one galaxy behind us and another before us. Our journey is far from over. In many ways, it is just beginning anew among different stars. In the stillness of this moment, we prepare to cross that unseen boundary. With calm anticipation, we take the final step out of the intergalactic darkness and begin to slip into Andromeda's embrace. We leave the solitude of the void behind and venture onward, ready to lose ourselves in the glow of a billion distant suns. We float in a silent sea of stars at the edge of the Andromeda galaxy. The soft glow of countless suns spreads out behind us, a shimmering disk gradually receding. Not long ago, we wandered among Andromeda's bright spiral arms and ancient star clusters. Now, as we drift outward, the familiar blaze of that galaxy's core grows faint. Each passing moment carries us deeper into darkness, leaving behind the cosmic city of a trillion stars that was our refuge. There is a hush out here, beyond the outskirts. The last vestiges of Andromeda's starlight glimmer like distant lanterns, scattered pearls fading in a vast night. We pass through the galaxy's halo, an almost invisible cloud of starless gas and dark matter that extends far beyond the visible stars. This tenuous halo is Andromeda's final embrace, a ghostly presence stretching nearly halfway to the next galaxy. Within it, only a few lonely atoms drift in each cubic meter, remnants of primordial gas. For a long while, even as the bright disk shrinks behind us, we remain within this unseen cocoon. The halo is quiet and nearly empty, but it reminds us that even in apparent void, traces of our galaxy's influence persist. Amid this dim halo, we drift past a faint companion of Andromeda, a dwarf galaxy bound to its giant neighbour. It appears as a hazy, lonesome orb of stars, hovering near the edge of Andromeda's dominion. This diminutive satellite has long danced in orbit around the massive spiral, like a moth circling a distant flame. For countless ages, it has been slowly tugged and reshaped by Andromeda's gravity, some of its stars even stolen away to join the larger galaxy. We glide silently by this stellar ember. It serves as a final outpost of Andromeda's realm, a gentle reminder that even a giant galaxy keeps a family of smaller companions close by. Slipping beyond this little galaxy, we venture truly into the open void, leaving behind the last outlying lights of our galactic home. Eventually, we cross an invisible frontier. There is no signpost, no sudden flash, yet we feel a profound transition. We have truly left Andromeda behind. Turning slowly, we behold it as a whole for the first time. A delicate spiral island glowing softly in an endless ocean of black. The great disk that was once a sky-filling panorama now appears as a small, misty whirl set against eternity. Its spiral arms, tinted with the faint blue of young stars and the rosy clouds of nebula, wrap around a gentle golden core, all suspended in silence. We see Andromeda much as one might see it from afar, a sliver of light adrift in nothingness, serene and remote. It is a breathtaking sight, tinged with melancholy beauty. Drifting further back, the galaxy continues to diminish. Andromeda becomes a mere glint, a tiny smudge of light easily lost among the other faint fuzzes of distant galaxies. The realization settles in that we are now truly in intergalactic space, the immense gulf between galaxies. Here the darkness is deeper than anywhere we have been. The nearest star is no longer a few light years away, but tens of thousands. The familiar constellations we knew within Andromeda's starry skies have vanished. There are no close stars left to connect the dots into shapes. Instead, in every direction stretches an almost featureless void, punctuated only by the dim collective glow of galaxies impossibly far away. The silence is profound. Without a galaxy's hustle and bustle of stars and nebulae, the emptiness seems almost absolute. One could wander for millennia out here and not encounter a single star or planet. It is a realm of near-perfect vacuum and utter stillness. On average, perhaps one lone hydrogen atom drifts in a space as vast as a living room. That is how sparse this void is. Compared to the dense star fields we left behind, this place feels otherworldly, a cosmic abyss of solitude. And yet there is a gentle comfort in the tranquility. The darkness isn't frightening. It's peaceful, like a calm midnight sea stretching to infinity. We are but tiny voyagers in an expanse so immense and still that time itself seems to slow to a whisper. As our eyes adjust to the blackness, we realize we are not entirely alone. Far off in the distance ahead, a pale glimmer beckons. Another collection of stars, another island in the cosmic ocean. Andromeda is not a solitary wanderer. It belongs to a small community of galaxies. Now that we have left Andromeda's immediate sphere, we can see them, the companions and neighbours that share this corner of the universe. Ahead of us, faint but slowly growing brighter as we journey on, lies the combined glow of those neighbours in the local group. The time has come to set our sights forward, to leave our familiar galaxy behind and venture toward its galactic kin, waiting in the surrounding darkness. As we venture deeper into the darkness, that pale glimmer ahead resolves into a majestic sight. Another grand spiral galaxy floating in the void. This is the Milky Way, Andromeda's mighty companion and closest kin. From our viewpoint in intergalactic space, we see the Milky Way in its entirety, an enormous disk of stars with a concentrated bulge at the center. Its spiral arms unfurl around that core in graceful swathes of light, dotted with knots of newborn stars and veiled by dark ribbons of cosmic dust. The galaxy's combined starlight forms a milky band that encircles it, a faint silver glow against black, though it spans well over 100,000 light years. At this distance, the Milky Way appears small and delicate, a pale whirl suspended in emptiness. We are gazing upon the very galaxy that harbours our own sun and earth, now just one glittering island among many. In the stillness of intergalactic space, our home galaxy shines as a distant beacon, quietly radiant and serene. Not far from the Milky Way, another smaller spiral comes into view. This is the Triangulum galaxy, the third largest member of our local group. Compared to the Milky Way and Andromeda, Triangulum is modest, a fraction of their mass, with only tens of billions of stars. Yet it is a graceful system in its own right. We discern its delicate spiral structure glowing softly, a pinwheel without a prominent central bulge. Triangulum's arms are sprinkled with star-forming regions that glint like tiny blue gems against a fainter halo of older starlight. It drifts near Andromeda, perhaps orbiting its larger neighbour in a slow cosmic waltz. In the silent gulf of space, Triangulum appears as a lonely but lovely spiral, dancing on the margins of its bigger companions. Dwarfed by the two giant galaxies, it nonetheless adds its own gentle light to the local group's tapestry of worlds. Scattered around these three spirals are dozens of much smaller galaxies, the dim dwarfs that accompany the giants. They reveal themselves as faint, irregular smudges of light, far less structured and far less luminous than their massive hosts. Some cling close to the Milky Way and Andromeda like tiny satellites, while others wander a bit farther out, loosely tied by the group's collective gravity. If we turn our gaze toward the Milky Way, we notice two diffuse patches of light hovering near it, the large and small Magellanic clouds. These are dwarf galaxies caught in the Milky Way's embrace, visible as pale, hazy clouds of stars and gas. They orbit the Milky Way like companion boats circling a great ship. Their presence has adorned the night skies of Earth's southern hemisphere for eons, appearing as misty spots to human eyes. Around Andromeda, too, a cadre of dwarf companions orbits. We floated past one earlier, and there are many more, each a miniature galaxy containing only a few million stars. These diminutive galaxies often bear the marks of their devotion to their parent galaxies. Some have been stretched into distorted shapes by tidal forces. Others have wispy streams of stars pulled from them, forming bridges of light connecting them to their larger neighbours. In all, the local group is like an archipelago of island universes, two great luminous continents, one smaller isle, and a multitude of tiny stellar islets scattered among them. Within this cosmic neighbourhood, everything is held together in a gentle, gravitational embrace. The galaxies of the local group do not drift apart into the expanding cosmos. Instead, they move in slow orbits around a shared centre of gravity that lies somewhere in the interspace between the Milky Way and Andromeda. The two giant galaxies are the dominant partners in this dance, and their mutual pull draws them inexorably together. In fact, Andromeda and the Milky Way are on a long, fated course toward one another, closing the gap between them with each passing eon. One day, billions of years from now, these two titans will meet and begin to merge. The night skies of any surviving worlds will brim with awe-inspiring sights as the galaxies collide. Imagine a vast swirl of new stars lighting up as gas clouds slam together, or great streamers of stars flung out into space by the gravitational tides of the encounter. Over the course of cosmic millennia, the spirals will tangle and distort. Bright nebula will bloom with furious starbirth amid the chaos. Eventually, the tumult will settle, and the pair will become one. A single colossal galaxy, where once there were two, their stars and histories entwined and blended. Triangulum may join this grand merging as well, perhaps plunging in later, or being captured by the new supergalaxy, adding its stars to the collective. And many of the dwarfs, too, will continue to be absorbed over time by their larger neighbours. Even now, the Milky Way and Andromeda are quietly consuming some of their tiny satellites. The Milky Way, for instance, is in the process of pulling apart a dwarf galaxy in Sagittarius, integrating its stars into the Milky Way's halo. Faint streams of stars, like pale rivers of light, have been detected wrapping around our galaxy, remnants of past devoured dwarfs. Andromeda, likewise, is surrounded by a broad halo of stars that includes debris from galaxies it swallowed long ago. These gentle acts of cosmic cannibalism are mostly invisible to us in real time. They unfold over billions of years. Piece by piece, star cluster by star cluster, the large galaxies grow by accreting their smaller companions. Over eons, the local group will likely condense into a single immense galaxy, a cosmic city forged from what was once a loose village of separate galactic dwellings. For now, however, the local group remains a tranquil cluster of distinct galaxies drifting together through space. It spans a region on the order of 10 million light-years across from one end to the other, a tiny pocket of the universe that we call home. Inside this enclave, gravity reigns supreme over cosmic expansion. While the universe at large is stretching and pulling galaxies apart, here within the local group, the mutual gravity of our galaxies overcomes that expansion. The space between Andromeda and the Milky Way is not growing wider. In fact, it is gradually shrinking as the two move closer. We live in a special refuge where a handful of galaxies have the privilege of remaining bound together, despite the universe's relentless tendency to scatter things apart. At the edges of the local group, a subtle change is occurring. Beyond a certain boundary, the gravitational grip of our little group weakens, and the expansion of the universe takes over. Galaxies just outside our group are already slipping away from us, carried outward by the steady swelling of space itself. If we peer outward past the farthest fringe of our group, we can make out other galaxies in the distance, and we notice that their light is tinged toward the red. Like a cosmic Doppler effect, this reddening, a redshift, tells us they are rushing away. Our small family of galaxies is surrounded by others that are not bound to us, and those distant galaxies recede faster and faster as their separation grows. In the far future, after the local group has merged into one entity, all other galaxies may be so distant that their light no longer reaches us. Our island of stars will drift alone in a darkness devoid of other galaxies, an oasis of light in an endless void. Knowing this fate, We savor the gentle fellowship of the galaxies here while we can, floating among the Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum, and their cluster of dwarfs. One feels a sense of cosmic camaraderie in this small neighborhood amid the vastness. But our journey urges us onward. It is time to leave the comforting confines of our local galactic family and step into the wider universe beyond. We turn our gaze outward, beyond the edge of the local group, and prepare to venture into the great beyond, where new wonders and far larger congregations of galaxies await us in the darkness ahead. We slip across the threshold of the local group and into the truly open cosmos beyond. Immediately, the sense of vastness deepens. The collective glow of our galactic neighborhood fades behind us, and we find ourselves in an almost starless expanse once again. Out here, between the islands of galaxies, the darkness is nearly complete. In some directions, the emptiness is especially profound, a yawning cosmic void where few, if any, galaxies dwell. One such void lies just beyond our local group, an immense region of nearly pure nothingness, like an abyssal ocean with no islands at all. Yet in other directions, the darkness is pierced by faint, distant glimmers, subtle signposts of other galaxy groups far away. Our journey carries us toward one of those glows, beckoning from ahead, where a richer gathering of galaxies awaits. Drifting onward, we encounter the outskirts of a new galactic assembly. After countless light years of quiet, a faint cluster emerges to one side of our path, a modest galaxy group, an oasis of light in the vast darkness. At its heart we glimpse a peculiar galaxy, unlike the spirals we have known. It is a great elliptical mass of stars, glowing hazily like a diffuse orb, with a mysterious dark band cutting across its golden light. This giant elliptical, crossed by a diagonal veil of dust, hints at cosmic drama. Perhaps long ago it devoured a smaller galaxy, and the dusty remains of that meal now form a dark lane through its center. The elliptical's soft glow dominates the group, and around it, a handful of smaller companion galaxies hover like attentive satellites. Though distant and faint, this little cluster reminds us that beyond our home group, many other gatherings populate the universe, each with its own wonders and stories. In another direction, we catch sight of yet another tiny cluster of galaxies. This one is centered on a graceful spiral galaxy, whose broad arms spread into space with a delicate majesty. Near that spiral, however, a smaller galaxy shows signs of disturbance. It is warped and ablaze with patches of reddish light. It appears these two galaxies have recently brushed past each other in a close encounter. The gravitational interaction has compressed gas in the smaller galaxy, igniting a frenzy of starbirth that makes parts of it glow crimson with hot hydrogen clouds. The larger spiral itself bears subtle tidal distortions in its outer arms, testifying to their recent cosmic dance. We marvel at this dramatic scene as we quietly pass by. Even here, in a remote group far from any cluster, the cosmos is alive with interaction and transformation. These waypoints on our journey hint at a grander structure guiding our path. Our local group and its neighbors are not isolated at random. They seem to be arranged like pearls on invisible strings that weave through the cosmos. We realize we are drifting along one such filament, a gently curving highway of galaxies and groups that threads its way through space. Like a cosmic river, it carries us toward a far larger concentration ahead. All around us now, the density of galaxies is gradually increasing. The once lonely void is giving way to a more populous vista. Where earlier we might have seen only one faint galaxy in a wide expanse, Now there are several sprinkled through the darkness, often lining up in loose chains. These subtle alignments and the growing frequency of galactic lights herald what lies before us. A great nexus of galaxies, the destination of our filament, drawing everything toward its deep gravity. We sense that all these threads of matter are converging on a common center, an enormous cluster of galaxies that lies directly in our path. After traveling tens of millions of light years, we begin to perceive the presence of this vast cluster, even before it fully comes into view. At first, it is just a pale, diffuse glow on the horizon of the universe, so large and distant that we see only its blended light. As we continue forward, that ghostly glow slowly resolves into countless individual points. What once looked like a faint nebula in the dark now separates into myriad tiny glimmers, the cores of galaxies massed together far ahead. Gradually it becomes apparent that we are witnessing an enormous gathering of star systems. The faint glimmers multiply and intensify until at last we recognize the spectacle. We have arrived at the outskirts of the Virgo cluster, the colossal assembly of galaxies that dominates our local cosmic region. It is the heart of our local supercluster, a metropolis of galaxies far larger than anything we have encountered so far. Gradually, the true scale of this cluster reveals itself. Hundreds upon hundreds of galaxies shine within a volume of space only a few million light-years across. We see elegant spiral galaxies with majestic arms and bright cores, and we see massive elliptical galaxies, amorphous halos of starlight that dwarf many of the spirals. There are lenticular galaxies shaped like smooth lenses, and countless dwarf galaxies sprinkled throughout like tiny sparks between the giants. Near the cluster's center, a titanic elliptical galaxy looms, more brilliant and expansive than any we've encountered before. It presides over the cluster like a luminous monarch. Around it, swarms of smaller galaxies are scattered, crowding the core region in a dazzling multitude. The sight is overwhelming in its richness. A soft, diffuse glow permeates this region of space from every direction, the collective radiance of trillions of stars overlapping into a hazy background light. This is truly a city of galaxies, a dense hub where the usual gulf between island universes is markedly reduced. Here the separations between neighboring galaxies might be only a few 100,000 light-years or less, mere stepping stones compared to the yawning chasms elsewhere. The cluster teems with the equivalent of cosmic life. Galaxies orbit and interact, colliding and coalescing over eons in a great community of matter. And the sheer gravitational pull of so much mass gathered in one place creates a deep gravity well that anchors this entire region of space. Leaving behind the lonely reaches of intergalactic space, we now stand at the threshold of this immense cluster. The transition is striking. From solitude to crowds, from the sparse outer districts of the universe to a vibrant central city of galaxies, we pause for a moment at the cluster's edge, allowing the magnitude of it to sink in. All around us, galaxies move and interact under the influence of their mutual gravity. The unseen tug of the Virgo cluster's mass has been drawing us in, and now it envelops us in its sphere of influence. With a mixture of awe and anticipation, we prepare to venture inward, into the thick of the Virgo cluster itself. Our journey is about to carry us into the bustling heart of this galactic metropolis, where new wonders and discoveries surely await in the brilliant throng of galaxies. We plunge into the busy streets of this galactic city, leaving the quiet outskirts behind. Immediately, we are enveloped by the cluster's vibrant throng. Galaxies surround us on all sides at distances that now feel startlingly close. Here, the sky is crowded with hazy swirls and elliptical glows, each one a galaxy hanging nearby in the darkness. The background darkness itself is gently aglow with the combined starlight of the cluster's members. We no longer gaze into an empty void between islands. We are drifting within a vast archipelago of galaxies, so dense that the night has lost its forlorn blackness. There is a sense of cosmic camaraderie here. Hundreds of great star cities gathered together, their halos overlapping and their gravities entwined. Drifting through the cluster's heart is both exhilarating and surreal. We pass within a few 100,000 light years of one galaxy. Then another looms just beyond it. After the solitude of intergalactic space, the proximity of all these galaxies feels almost intimate. It is as if we have entered a bustling cosmic metropolis after eons spent in quiet wilderness. In the very center of Virgo's galactic metropolis, we find a colossus. It is a giant elliptical galaxy, a rounded cloud of stars so vast that it dwarfs every other galaxy in the vicinity. This behemoth is the gravitational anchor of the cluster, the great central hub around which the others dance. Its diffuse light is slightly yellowed, filled with the glow of countless aging stars. Here, there are no spiral arms or bright nebulae. This galaxy is an old one, its youthful gas and dust long ago spent or swept away. Yet in its apparent calm resides a powerful secret. At the core of this giant elliptical lurks one of the most massive black holes in the universe, a dark heart billions of times heavier than the Sun. Though the black hole itself is invisible, we see evidence of its presence, a narrow jet of energetic particles spearing out from the galaxy's center. This jet, faintly visible if one looks in the right light, shines with a subtle bluish glow and extends for tens of thousands of light years. It is like a cosmic searchlight beaming from the galaxy's core, powered by matter spiraling inexorably into the black hole's maw. The giant galaxy is also surrounded by an entourage of globular star clusters, tens of thousands of them sprinkled in a spherical halo around it, like a glittering swarm of fireflies orbiting a lantern. All these signs speak to the central galaxy's majesty and mass. It has likely devoured other galaxies before, fueling the monster at its center and piling up its vast halo of stars. It stands truly as the monarch of the Virgo cluster, serene and seemingly immovable, its influence felt throughout the cluster. As we navigate between galaxies, we become aware that the space here is not as empty as it looks. The Virgo cluster is suffused with a tenuous but searingly hot atmosphere, the intracluster medium. This invisible plasma bathes everything in the cluster, an extremely thin gas heated to millions of degrees. It emits a faint X-ray glow that would be imperceptible to our eyes, but it is very much there, pressing on the galaxies that swim through it. We sense this diffuse presence in subtle ways. A slight haze, an unseen wind that carries the energy of eons of starbursts and supernovae. This hot medium is enriched with the trace elements forged in stars, blown out over time into the cluster space. It is a collective exhalation of generations of galaxies. When galaxies move through this medium, they feel a ram pressure, like a breeze pushing against them at incredible speeds. Ahead of us, a beautiful spiral galaxy is feeling the full force of this cosmic wind. We see its graceful disk plunging through the cluster's hot gas, and the encounter is leaving its mark. The spiral's arms, normally symmetrically spread, appear tattered on one side, trailing behind it. A ghostly stream of diffuse matter stretches from that galaxy's disk, billowing out like a transparent veil or the tail of a comet. This is gas being stripped away from the galaxy's spiral arms as it hurtles through the intracluster medium. The galaxy itself is moving at hundreds of kilometers per second relative to the cluster's center, and the rush of external gas is sweeping its own internal gas outwards. In effect, the cluster is quietly robbing this galaxy of the very material it uses to form new stars. Bright blue patches of star formation persist on the galaxy's leading edge, but behind it, the stripped gas glows faintly as it drifts off, no longer bound to the spiral. In time, this galaxy may lose much of its gaseous halo and disk, quenching its ability to birth new stars. We are witnessing a transformative process. The cluster environment is turning a once spiral galaxy into a more subdued form, perhaps a lenticular galaxy with fading light. Like a leafy tree buffeted by a strong wind, shedding its leaves, this galaxy sheds its star-making fuel under the cluster's relentless breeze. Everywhere we look, we find evidence of interactions and change. Two smaller galaxies over there are locked in a close orbit around each other, twirling like a binary star on a gigantic scale. Their mutual gravity has drawn out a thin bridge of stars between them. Not far away, another galaxy shows a distorted, elongated shape, likely the result of a past collision or a flyby that pulled it like taffy. Near the cluster's core, galaxies abound that have lost their former splendor. They are featureless ellipsoids or faint dwarfs, perhaps the remnants of grand spirals that were harassed and drained of life in the dense cluster center. The cluster is a place of both creation and destruction. While new stars do ignite here, especially on the fringes in gas-rich galaxies, the overall tenor is one of galaxies reaching the later stages of their evolution. Many have had their youthful gas stripped and their shapes rounded by frequent gravitational encounters. In the cluster's center, we see mostly reddish galaxies full of old, cool stars, like a population of retirees in the downtown core. On the outskirts, by contrast, some spiral galaxies still retain their youthful disk shapes and bluish hues, having only recently fallen into the cluster. These newcomers will gradually be altered by their time in this environment, settling into the cluster's collective rhythm. Among the crowded galaxies, countless smaller bodies flit about as well. We notice swarms of dwarf galaxies, some no larger than a typical globular cluster, swarming especially around the big ellipticals. These diminutive galaxies are the crumbs of the cosmic table, often the leftover fragments of larger galaxies that were torn apart. They orbit the cluster's giants like schools of fish around a leviathan, darting about and often eventually being absorbed. In some cases, a dwarf strays too close to a giant and is shredded, its stars added to the halo of the larger galaxy. Even between the major galaxies, the cluster's deep gravity well can capture the occasional interloping star or star cluster that wanders in from outside. The Virgo cluster is like an ecosystem with a rich hierarchy. Colossal galaxies, down to tiny ones, and even lone star clusters and gas clouds, all bound together in a gravitational fellowship. The movements within this cosmic city are surprisingly rapid. Galaxies here zip around the cluster center at speeds of up to 1,000 kilometers per second. Despite that, their journeys are so vast that a full orbit can take billions of years. Collisions between galaxies, when they occur, play out in slow motion, an interpenetrating drift that lasts hundreds of millions of years. Stars seldom colliding directly, but orbits being scrambled and gas clouds sparking bursts of new stars. We can sense the dynamism of it all. A galaxy plunging through the cluster core will eventually swing out toward the outskirts, perhaps only to be drawn back again like a comet in a deep gravitational well. The cluster's enormous mass bends the fabric of space noticeably. Indeed, were we to look out beyond it, we might see distant background galaxies stretched into arc-like shapes by the gravitational lensing effect. The cluster itself magnifies and distorts the view of anything behind it. Such is the power of gravity in this densely packed realm. For all its activity, the Virgo cluster feels almost comfortable to us now, in the way a busy city might eventually feel familiar after one grows accustomed to the hustle. We drift amid galaxies that no longer seem aloof and unreachable, but immediate and present. Each glowing haze of stars around us is a world of worlds, and here there are so many that they blend into a grand mosaic. In the softly radiant cluster light, one could almost forget the deep darkness that lies outside. But as we take in this cosmic cityscape, we remember that Virgo is just one cluster among countless others. It is a major metropolis in the universe, yet beyond its limits, the cosmos extends further still. Our journey cannot end here, within even the greatest cluster of our local realm. Beyond Virgo's crowded boundaries, immense voids and filaments await, connecting this cluster to others in a vast network. When we pull back far enough, the Virgo cluster itself becomes just a node in an incomprehensibly large cosmic web. With that thought in mind, we let our gaze widen. We rise slowly out of the cluster, watching the swarm of galaxies recede into a single luminous concentration against the backdrop of space. The intricate dances and interactions of Virgo begin to blur into a general glow once more. Surrounding the cluster, we see darkness, punctuated by a few other clusters and groups in the distance, linked by faint chains of galaxies. It is time now to step back and behold the broader design. The universe's largest patterns are about to reveal themselves to us. Leaving the Virgo cluster behind, we prepare to venture outward one final time on this journey, to witness the vast threads and voids of the cosmic web, the grand tapestry into which this cluster and all others are woven. Rising away from the Virgo cluster, we continue our journey outward, letting our field of view expand to take in ever more of the universe. What was recently a dense city of galaxies now becomes just one bright spot among many in the vast expanse. We ascend to a perspective from which entire clusters of galaxies appear as mere glimmers, sprinkled across the darkness. From here, the true enormity of our local cosmic region comes into focus. The Virgo cluster, along with the groups and smaller clusters surrounding it, including the one that contains our Milky Way and Andromeda, form a greater structure, a mighty supercluster of galaxies. It stretches over hundreds of millions of light years, containing dozens of clusters and countless groups bound in a loose association. Our own Virgo supercluster is an impressive expanse in its own right. Yet as we widen our gaze further, even this supercluster reveals itself as just one patch in an even grander tapestry. There are other superclusters scattered around us in space, immense congregations of matter separated by even larger gulfs. We begin to discern a pattern in their arrangement. They are not randomly distributed, but connected in a vast network, like the filaments of a cosmic web. As we float higher above the cosmic plane, the pattern grows clear. Galaxies are arranged in filaments and sheets that stretch across the universe, weaving around immense empty spaces. Imagine a three-dimensional spider's web, or a lace-like foam, and you get a sense of what we see. A network of glowing filaments, where galaxies and clusters line up, intersecting at nodes that are the massive clusters. And between these filaments lie enormous voids, dark, cavernous regions almost entirely devoid of galaxies. This is the cosmic web, the large-scale structure of the universe. It formed over billions of years under the pull of gravity, drawing matter into strands. The galaxies we see are like beads on these cosmic strings, tracing out the otherwise invisible fibers of dark matter that underpin the web. Our journey now is no longer about individual galaxies or clusters, but about this colossal architecture of matter itself. Some filaments are incredibly long, extending for hundreds of millions of light years, connecting cluster to cluster in a chain of cosmic linkages. Where multiple filaments intersect, they form the nodes, titanic clusters like the Virgo cluster we just left, or others even larger. One such filament runs from the Virgo supercluster toward a neighboring concentration of galaxies many hundreds of millions of light years beyond, linking us to an even greater complex that our local supercluster is part of. Along this filament lie numerous galaxy groups and smaller clusters, like towns spaced along a highway, all gradually being drawn toward a central gravitational basin. The existence of these filaments suggests that nothing in the cosmos stands truly alone. Every galaxy group and cluster is part of a grander formation, a structural continuum that spans the cosmos. The voids between these filaments are just as striking. We peer into one of these vast cosmic deserts and are humbled by its scale. Here is a region spanning hundreds of millions of light years where, as far as we can tell, almost nothing resides. Only the rare stray galaxy might be found drifting in these enormous voids, separated from any neighbor by unimaginable distances. One of the largest known voids, a truly staggering emptiness, is the Boötes void, sometimes called the Great Nothing. It stretches roughly 330 million light-years across, and within that volume, only a few dozen galaxies have been detected. If one were somehow floating at the center of that void, the nearest galaxy would be so distant it would barely register as a faint smudge of light, and in no direction would there be any sign of the majestic structures we've seen on our journey. Such voids are like vast cosmic cavities, making the filaments and clusters around them stand out in even greater relief. Conversely, there are regions where the cosmic web gathers even more densely than in our locality. Enormous walls of galaxies have been mapped by astronomers, titanic arrangements where many filaments join, running for extraordinarily great lengths. One famous example is the Sloan Great Wall, a filamentary assemblage of galaxies that extends over 1 billion light-years end to end. In such a formation, thousands of galaxies are strung along like a celestial curtain, outlining the edge of an expansive void. When structures like this were first discovered in the maps of the universe, they challenged our comprehension with their scale. We realize now that the cosmic web has elements of astonishing size, immense sheets and threads that make even galaxy clusters look like mere grains arranged in a pattern. The universe, on its largest scales, is far from uniform. It has this intricate, wispy structure, almost organic in appearance, with gossamer threads of matter enclosing gigantic empty spaces. Drifting in this panoramic view, we can appreciate how it all fits together. Imagine looking down on the universe from an impossible vantage point outside it. You would see something like a luminous cosmic web, shining filaments of galaxies crisscrossing darkness, creating a scaffolding that extends in all directions. But even this vast web is not infinite from our perspective. It has limits in what we can observe. As we gaze further and further out, we are also looking further back in time, toward the beginning of the universe. The filaments fade into a dim haze, and then, at the very edge of our vision, they disappear into a uniform glow. This is the cosmic microwave background, the faint echo of the Big Bang's afterglow that fills the sky beyond the farthest galaxies. It appears as a cool, almost perfectly even backdrop of light, a nearly invisible curtain beyond which we cannot see. This glowing wall marks the horizon of our observable universe, about 13.8 billion years in the past, and roughly 46 billion light-years away in every direction. Beyond that horizon, the universe likely continues, perhaps forever, but its light has not had time to reach us. We pause here, suspended in the vastness, trying to absorb the grandeur of what surrounds us. From a single galaxy, our starting point in Andromeda, we have travelled outward, step by step, to the local group, then to the Virgo cluster, and now to the immense cosmic web that forms the framework of the universe. We have witnessed the progression from the familiar to the scarcely imaginable, from stars and planets to galaxies, to clusters of galaxies, and finally to the enormous web connecting them all. In this dizzying expanse, the Milky Way and Andromeda are tiny specks, the Virgo cluster a modest knot, even our entire supercluster just one strand among countless others. Our home, so immense by human standards, is part of a system of almost ungraspable size and complexity. And yet, even as we marvel at the cosmic web, we sense that our journey has not uncovered all of the universe's secrets. We have reached the limits of the observable universe, but not necessarily the limits of the universe itself. What lies beyond that cosmic horizon we see? Does the pattern of filaments and voids continue endlessly, repeating over and over into infinity? Could there be an edge out there, beyond which there are no galaxies at all? Or might our universe be just one bubble among many, with entirely separate realms lying beyond our own cosmic expanse? Then there is the dimension of time. The universe we see today will not remain the same forever. Stars will exhaust their fuel, galaxies will continue to merge and evolve, and the expansion of the universe may carry distant clusters forever out of reach. In the far future, the brilliant tapestry of the cosmic web might fade into darkness as galaxies recede and wink out one by one. What fate awaits the cosmos, trillions upon trillions of years from now? Will it keep expanding eternally, growing ever colder and lonelier? Or might it undergo some dramatic rebirth or transformation that we cannot yet imagine? The ultimate destiny of all that is, the final chapter of this grand cosmic story, remains an open question, an enigma that stretches beyond even the vast scales we have traversed. Our journey, for now, pauses on the brink of these final frontiers. We have travelled from the shining heart of Andromeda all the way to the ghostly edge of the observable universe. But the story is not over. Beyond the horizon of our sight, and ahead into unfathomable depths of time, lie realms we have yet to explore, the true domain of eternity. And so, with curiosity and wonder undiminished, we will press onward. We will venture beyond this cosmic horizon and delve into those ultimate mysteries as our voyage from Andromeda to eternity continues. As we venture beyond the realm of familiar galaxies, the universe unfurls before us in even greater majesty, leaving behind the glowing disk of the Milky Way and the faint blur of the Andromeda galaxy. We drift outward into the depths of intergalactic space. Behind us, those two familiar galaxies dwindle to mere pinpoints, lost in the immensity. Here, in the silent expanse between those island universes, a grander pattern begins to reveal itself. What once seemed like scattered points of starlight now appears woven into a delicate structure stretching across the cosmos. In a sense, we have become cosmic time travelers, witnessing the universe as it was in its distant past. Gradually, a cosmic tapestry emerges from the darkness. Countless galaxies, each shining as a tiny beacon, are not randomly scattered, but arranged in filaments and clusters. Like glittering nodes connected by faintly luminous strands, the galaxies trace the outline of an immense cosmic web. In every direction, these slender threads of matter extend for hundreds of millions of light years, linking group to group, cluster to cluster, across unfathomable distances. Drifting along one of these luminous filaments, we sense the gentle pull of gravity that binds it together. Each filament is a bridge of galaxies and gas, a pathway where matter has gathered over eons. At irregular intervals, the filament thickens and brightens into a hub of light, a galaxy cluster. Here, dozens or even thousands of galaxies crowd together, like a bustling city in the depths of space. They swirl in a slow gravitational dance around a common center, their combined glow forming a brilliant knot in this cosmic lattice. We pause to observe one such cluster up close. Within it, galaxies of all shapes and sizes fill our view. Spirals with gauzy, outstretched arms drift alongside elliptical galaxies that shine with a steady golden light. In the cluster's core, an enormous elliptical galaxy presides, a silent giant formed from countless mergers. It radiates a diffuse glow, surrounded by a halo of ancient stars. Perhaps at its heart lies a supermassive black hole, a still and dark anchor for the swirling galactic swarm around it. All around, smaller galaxies move like fireflies, caught in gentle orbits, pulled by the cluster's immense gravity. Though the cluster is crowded by cosmic standards, immense distances still separate each galaxy from the next. It is a paradox of abundance and solitude, a city of galaxies in which each inhabitant is light years apart from any other. From our transcendent vantage, we perceive how these clusters mark the junctions of the cosmic web. They are the intersections where multiple filaments converge, held together by the gravity of unseen masses, the hidden scaffolding of the universe. Between these hubs, the filaments stretch out as narrow bridges, comparatively thin and faint, yet persistent across cosmic gulfs. Though the galaxies within them are strung out and sparsely separated, the filamentary pathways ensure that no galaxy is truly isolated on these enormous scales. All are connected through the grand design of the cosmos. There is a quiet harmony in this vast arrangement. The cosmic web resembles a gigantic, three-dimensional spider's web, or a system of rivers seen from high above at night, with galactic lights marking the banks. One might also liken it to a cosmic foam. Imagine a cluster of soap bubbles pressed together, where galaxies line the thin walls and intersections of the bubbles, while the interiors of those bubbles are great voids of space. This is the structure that spans the observable universe, its threads woven by the primordial forces of creation. For eons, matter flowed along these unseen scaffolds, gradually forming the glowing strands and clusters we see today. Long ago, tiny ripples in the density of the newborn cosmos set the stage for this pattern. Under the influence of gravity, much of it orchestrated by a mysterious invisible substance called dark matter, Matter was shepherded into strands and clusters over billions of years. What we witness now is the outcome, a vast scaffolding of galaxies, tracing where that dark gravity sculpted the universe's form. We continue gliding through this ethereal structure, passing cluster after cluster that glimmers like a jewel at each cosmic intersection. Each stop along our journey reveals another glittering gathering of galaxies, each the center of its own local universe. In one glowing node of the web, we recognize the faint outline of our own galactic neighborhood. Even our Milky Way, along with Andromeda and dozens of smaller galaxies, belongs to such a cluster, a tiny part of a much larger supercluster of galaxies. Our home supercluster is an immense congregation poetically named Laniakea, meaning immense heaven. It is humbling to realize that everything we know resides in just one bright knot of this incomprehensibly vast weave. Every star we have ever seen in our night sky, every nebula or distant galaxy we have charted, all reside within that single shining knot on the cosmic web. From this lofty perspective, we truly grasp how small our home is amid the vastness. Beyond Laniakea, countless other superclusters shimmer softly in the distance, each marking another epicenter of galactic congregation. They too are connected by tenuous filaments that meander through the darkness like faint pathways linking one oasis of light to the next. The farther out we gaze, the more the pattern repeats. Filament leads to cluster, cluster to filament, in a fractal-like continuity. It is a cosmic web with no clear center, and so far as we can discern, no edge, extending as far as our eyes can see, and likely farther still into the unknown. In the gentle darkness between the strands, an astonishing emptiness becomes apparent. For all the galaxies threading along the filaments, vast gulfs of space remain nearly empty. Immense dark voids yawn between the shining patterns, like great silent bays between peninsulas of starlight. These are the cosmic voids, enormous expanses where galaxies are exceedingly scarce. From our current perspective, riding along the cosmic web, we see their inky depths framing the luminous filaments and clusters, outlining the web's structure by their very emptiness. The contrast is striking and a little haunting. Luminous clusters and filaments woven through a sea of nearly perfect darkness. The cosmic web's beauty is heightened by the quiet nothingness that surrounds it. Now, as we travel along one luminous filament with galaxies glistening around us, we sense the approach of one of those silent cosmic voids just ahead. The faint glow of galactic lights grows even sparser, and beyond lies a stretch of almost pure night. The filament we've been following narrows and fades, its last few galaxies shining like distant lanterns in a mist, until finally even they recede behind us. We are drifting into a realm of deep and profound emptiness. As the final pinprick of starlight from the filament disappears into the distance, we cross over into the vast, quiet gulf of a cosmic void. In this place between the strands of the cosmic web, the silence is nearly absolute, and the darkness is unbroken. Our journey carries us forward into the heart of one of the universe's great voids, where solitude reigns and even starlight must travel for eons to find a home. We have entered a realm of almost total darkness. Inside this cosmic void, the sense of solitude is profound. Stars and galaxies lie far behind us now, and ahead there is little but an endless expanse of night. In this vast emptiness, between the great filaments of the cosmic web, we drift in silence. The usual gentle background glow of distant starlight has faded to near nothing. Only the soft breath of our own thoughts and the faint memory of light accompany us here, in the quietest reaches of the universe. It feels as though we have plunged into a cosmic abyss, an ocean of night where even the faintest starlight has drowned in darkness. Cosmic voids like this are enormous, nearly unimaginable in scale. They stretch for tens or even hundreds of millions of light years, yet contain almost no galaxies at all. In regions of space, where one might expect to find thousands of galaxies, here there may be only a handful, or none. We recall that astronomers have discovered voids so vast that within their boundaries only a few sparse galaxies can be found, scattered across an expanse where countless galaxies would normally reside. The void surrounding us now is one such desert of creation, a place where matter is scarce and light is a rare visitor. As we float in this emptiness, we begin to appreciate just how special the luminous regions of the universe truly are. Here, without nearby galaxies, there are no bright stars to light our way. The darkness is nearly perfect, the silence nearly absolute. If one could stand on a lone world deep within this void, the sky above would be an abyss of black. No sprawling band of a Milky Way would stretch overhead. No nearby galaxies would punctuate the darkness with their glow. Perhaps only a few faint smudges of light might be visible, the distant halos of far-off galaxy clusters perched at the very edges of the void, so far away that their collective light barely whispers across the depths. We can imagine life on such a lonely world, if it were possible. On the surface of a planet in this emptiness, nightfall would bring not a tapestry of stars, but a profound darkness, broken only by the pinprick of the most brilliant distant galaxies beyond the void. Generations might live and die under an empty sky, never suspecting that elsewhere the universe is rich with stars and galaxies. As far as those inhabitants might know, they would be utterly alone, never imagining the countless suns and worlds shining just beyond their reach. The cosmos can appear profoundly different from different vantage points, and here the perspective is one of near total isolation. Such is the isolating power of these immense voids, a secluded island of darkness in an otherwise radiant cosmos. Yet even here, we occasionally find traces of light and matter. In our journey through this void, after long periods of traversing utter blackness, we encounter a solitary galaxy, adrift in the darkness. It appears suddenly out of the void, like a lighthouse on a lightless sea. A single spiral galaxy, smaller and dimmer than our own Milky Way, floating in quiet isolation. Its spiral arms are faint, populated by only a modest number of stars, and a pale halo of light encircles its core. This galaxy has been wandering alone for eons, having formed in a rare pocket of slightly higher density within the void, cut off from the bustling gravitational currents of galaxy clusters. It evolves slowly, undisturbed by neighbours. Stars are still born here, but at a leisurely pace. Gas and dust cycle through generations quietly, with no external galaxies to stir them. We drift past this lone island of stars, marvelling at its resilience and solitude, an oasis of light in a vast desert of emptiness. As we leave the solitary galaxy behind, the void closes around us once more. The darkness deepens again, and the silence seems to stretch on without end. In this hush, it is as though the universe itself is holding its breath. The emptiness itself seems timeless and unchanging, yet even these voids will grow larger over the eons as the universe expands, pushing the few stray galaxies ever farther apart. Time itself feels slowed in this vast gulf. Without change or reference points, a single moment could be a year, or a year could feel like a moment. We find ourselves pondering the very nature of nothingness. Yet within this absence, there is a serene beauty. Freed from all distraction, one feels a quiet communion with the cosmos, as if the void itself offers a gentle embrace. In this emptiness, one can sense the faint background presence of the universe at large, a subtle gravity pulling from distant edges, and perhaps even the very dim glow of energy that permeates all of space. But to our eyes and ears, the void offers no sign of itself. It simply is, a grand and patient vacuum separating the tapestries of galaxies. After a long sojourn in this silent expanse, a delicate change occurs. At first it is almost imperceptible, a slight lightening of the darkness ahead. Our eyes, attuned to absolute black, catch the merest hint of a glow. It grows gradually, as dawn would after a long night. We realize that we are approaching the far side of the void. Just as the sun's first rays break the horizon after a polar winter, the faint luminance of galaxies begins to reappear. What was once nearly pitch-black emptiness now offers a subtle, distant light. Moving forward, the glow resolves into individual points, a scattering of galaxies coming into view. They lie at the void's boundary, members of the cosmic web once again. To us, they are still exceedingly far away, so distant that their light has been on its journey for billions of years. These are not just any galaxies. They are among the most remote and ancient lights visible in the universe. Their gentle gleam beckons us out of the void, guiding us toward the rich but faint realm of distant galaxies and the ancient light they have carried across time. With relief and quiet excitement, we leave the emptiness behind. The silent cosmic void releases us from its grasp as we cross into the outskirts of a distant galaxy cluster. Tiny as they appear now, each flicker ahead is a massive galaxy, and their light has traveled through the darkness of space for ages to reach this point. We are about to delve into a region filled with the oldest light we have yet seen, the light from galaxies at the edge of the observable universe, relics of a time long past. Our journey continues, now among these distant galaxies, born by the ancient light that illuminates the darkness of space. We now find ourselves among the farthest galaxies ever seen, tiny beacons at the edge of the observable universe. Scattered before us in the darkness are dim, delicate smudges of light, galaxies so distant that their glow has travelled for billions upon billions of years to reach us. They appear fragile and ghostly, as if the slightest whisper might blow them out. In truth, we are seeing these galaxies not as they are now, but as they were eons ago. Their light left them when the universe was in its infancy, and only now, after an almost unimaginably long journey, is it arriving in our view. Drifting amidst these remote galactic phantoms, we sense that we are looking deep into the past. Each soft gleam is a time capsule. One galaxy's light began its voyage when the cosmos was perhaps a tenth of its current age, long before our Sun or Earth existed. At that time, our own galaxy was still in its youth, and the material that would one day become our solar system had yet to coalesce. Another, even fainter glow might hail from a time when the first stars and infant galaxies were just beginning to form, when the universe itself was only a few 100 million years old. To gaze upon that light now is to witness a scene from nearly the dawn of time. These distant galaxies, differ from the grand spirals and ellipticals we know in the nearer universe. Many of them are smaller, irregular in shape, and bluer in hue, telltale signs of their youth. Their stars are often young and hot, burning bright with creation's fire, but the tremendous distances dim and soften their appearance. As the universe expanded over the billions of years that their light journeyed, the fabric of space stretched those light waves, shifting them toward the redder, gentler end of the spectrum. What might have been a brilliant blue-white blaze at the source arrives here as a faint, reddish glimmer, carrying the subtle hallmark of cosmic expansion. We focus on one such ancient galaxy, little more than a tiny blot of light in the vast blackness. In our mind's eye, we draw nearer to it, and it grows from a speck to a small, amorphous cloud of stars. This galaxy is a primitive one, existing at a time when galaxies were just beginning to assemble. Its shape is patchy and undefined, more a loose clump of stars than the majestic pinwheels we are used to. Clusters of massive, newborn stars light up pockets of gas within it, shining fiercely with a bluish glow. Supernovae, the explosive deaths of early giant stars, occasionally flare like distant fireworks, momentarily outshining the entire galaxy before fading away. In this early epoch, cosmic dust and heavy elements are only starting to accumulate. Everything here is raw and new. Yet not all distant lights are so gentle. As we survey the early cosmos, we notice a single point that blazes more brightly than any galaxy around it. This brilliant beacon is a quasar, the shining core of a young galaxy, powered by a ravenous supermassive black hole. Even from billions of light years away, its light outshines entire galaxies, piercing the darkness with a steady, intense radiance. Gas and dust, spiraling into the central black hole, release torrents of energy, creating a luminous quasar that can be seen across the universe. To our eyes, it appears as a solitary star-like flash, but in reality, it is the heart of a distant infant galaxy, shining with the light of trillions of suns. Such quasars are cosmic lighthouses, illuminating the darkness of the early universe and reminding us that even in those distant times, remarkable forces were at work. If we pause to reflect, we realize that this galactic scene is a fleeting moment from billions of years ago. By now, in the present day, that little galaxy may have merged with others or grown larger, evolving into a more mature form. But we cannot see its present state. We are limited to the vision of its distant past, delivered by the finite speed of light. To us, it will forever remain a faint youth in the dark, frozen in time by distance. All around, other dim galaxies tell similar stories. Some appear as reddish dots, others as faint wisps. Each one marks a point far back along the timeline of the universe. Collectively, they paint a picture of an early cosmos that was smaller, denser, and brimming with energetic processes. It is humbling to consider that when the light from these galaxies set out, our own Milky Way was not yet the grand spiral we know today, and the building blocks of life on Earth were not yet formed. When that ancient light began its journey, our galaxy was only beginning to take shape, and all of human history still lay in the unimaginable future. Hovering here at this extreme frontier of sight, we notice that beyond the faint congregation of distant galaxies, the darkness becomes almost complete. We have reached the limit of what even the earliest galaxies can show us. Farther out, farther back in time, there are no galaxies visible at all. The universe was too hot and opaque in its first moments for stars or galaxies to exist, or for light to travel freely. Looking beyond these last galaxies, we approach a horizon in time, a boundary beyond which our view is veiled by the afterglow of the Big Bang itself. We sense that we are nearing the very edge of the observable universe. In every direction, the most distant galaxies form a kind of luminous curtain, and behind that curtain lies something even more profound and elusive. There, the soft glow of the universe's earliest light waits for us. Not the light of stars or structures, but a pervasive radiance that fills all of space from the time of the cosmos's birth. To continue our journey, we must venture into that primordial light, to the edge of the observable universe and beyond, where the echoes of creation begin to whisper. With a mixture of wonder and anticipation, we prepare to leave behind the realm of distant galaxies. Ahead lies a different kind of sight, the faint, omnipresent glow that marks the limit of what we can see, the very boundary between the cosmos we know and the great mystery that lies beyond. Our journey carries us onward, toward the edge of the observable universe, where the ancient light of galaxies gives way to the even older echoes of the Big Bang. Stepping beyond the realm of galaxies, we arrive at last at the cosmic horizon, the edge of the observable universe. Here, our journey outward meets a profound limit. It is not marked by a solid barrier or an abrupt edge, but rather by a gentle, all-pervading glow that seems to emanate from every direction at once. In front of us, in place of any further galaxies, there is a faint radiance bathing the darkness. This is the ancient light of the early universe, the remnant afterglow from a time before any stars or galaxies had formed. At first, to human eyes, the space ahead might still appear black. This glow is not invisible light, but if we attune our senses beyond the optical, we begin to perceive it. We let our imagination shift to microwave vision, and suddenly the void around us is illuminated by a dim, uniform sheen. The entire cosmos is suffused with a soft afterglow, like the deep red of a dying ember spread thin across the sky. This is the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, stretched to microwave wavelengths over nearly 14 billion years of cosmic expansion. It is the oldest light we can ever hope to see. Everywhere we look, this gentle light is present, almost the same in every patch of sky. It has no single source like a star or galaxy. Instead, it comes from the fabric of space itself, from a time when the cosmos was unimaginably hot and dense. We are essentially gazing upon the young universe's fingerprint, a portrait of the cosmos as it was just after its fiery birth. Back then, space was filled with a brilliant fog of charged particles and photons, a searing, opaque glow that permeated everything. As the universe expanded and cooled, a dramatic transformation occurred. The plasma fog cleared, atoms formed, and light was released to travel freely. That first light has been traveling ever since, spreading out and growing fainter, cooling from a white-hot blaze to a very gentle warmth. Today we observe it as this cool, almost uniform microwave glow, only a few degrees above absolute zero, the afterglow of creation's fire, faded but never extinguished. We find ourselves enveloped in this primordial glow. It is like standing on a quiet shore at dusk, with a dim twilight radiance emanating from every horizon. In this cosmic dusk, there are subtle variations, tiny differences in brightness and temperature, like faint ripples on an otherwise calm sea. those slight irregularities are the imprints of the seeds that would eventually grow into galaxies and clusters. At this moment in time, they are mere delicate shadings in the nearly uniform light. The overall impression is one of profound stillness and softness, a diffuse, gentle light in all directions, so different from the pinpoint stars and distinct galaxies we left behind. As we contemplate this boundary, we realize its significance. This is the farthest light that can reach us, the ultimate limit of our observable universe. Beyond this horizon, the universe surely continues, perhaps endlessly, but we cannot see it, not because of distance alone, but because we are looking back to a time before light could freely travel. The cosmic microwave background acts like a veil drawn over the very beginning of time. It is as though we are explorers at the edge of a great mist-shrouded sea. We can sail no further by sight, for the mists of the young universe hide whatever lies beyond. The edge of the observable universe is not an edge in space at all, but an edge in time. Standing here, we are looking 13.8 billion years into the past. We have traversed the entire history of starlight and arrived at the epoch when the first light was set free. It is a moment to pause in awe. The faint glow that surrounds us has travelled across the eons, carrying with it the story of the cosmos's dawn. In its soft warmth, we sense the memory of a universe only 380,000 years old. A baby cosmos, just cool enough for the first atoms to form and for light to escape its birthplace. For a moment, we drift in silence at this boundary and turn our gaze back the way we came. Behind us lies the entire expanse of the observable universe, the countless galaxies and luminous threads of the cosmic web scattered across space and time. All the journeys we have taken, all the wonders we have seen, reside within that immense bubble of light behind us. Beyond this frontier, however, the universe continues on, perhaps infinitely, into regions we will never behold. It is a strange and humbling thought. There may be endless galaxies, even other realms, forever beyond our sight, hidden by the limits of cosmic time and light. Here, suspended between the known and the unknowable, we feel a profound reverence. The sheer scale of creation stretches beyond our comprehension, and yet we have been granted this glimpse of its earliest light. In this contemplative stillness, we truly appreciate how far we have come, and how much farther the cosmos extends beyond our reach. Our journey has now brought us face to face with this primal echo of the Big Bang. To go any further is to venture not through space, but through imagination. For physically we cannot see beyond this light. Yet the invitation to continue remains, to cross from the realm of galaxies and luminous radiation into the very mysteries of the universe's origin. With quiet reverence, we prepare to immerse ourselves in the cosmic afterglow, to listen to the whispers of creation that lie just beyond this horizon. Our voyage presses onward, into the luminous fog of the universe's beginning, where new revelations await in the faint murmurs of dawn. Now we float within the very afterglow of creation, surrounded by the echoes of the Big Bang. The soft fog of the cosmic microwave background envelops us, carrying the story of the infant universe. In this gentle, all-pervading light, we listen for what it has to tell. It speaks of a time when the universe was young and incandescent, and its message has travelled across eternity to reach our instruments and eyes. This is truly an echo in every sense, a faint remnant of a tremendous event, still reverberating through space nearly 14 billion years later. As we absorb this ancient light, we understand more deeply what it represents. When the universe was only a few 100,000 years old, it was as bright as the interior of a star, a hot sea of radiation and matter. In that early era, space itself glowed like a furnace. But as the universe expanded and cooled, a dramatic change occurred. Atoms formed, the blinding plasma became transparent, and light was free at last to stream outward. That flood of light has been travelling ever since, spreading out and thinning, cooling from white hot to a faint whisper of heat. Today, we see it as this cool, uniform microwave glow only a few degrees above absolute zero. The afterglow of creation's fire, faded, but not gone. Within this cosmic background light, we find clues to the universe's origins. Its near uniformity tells us that in its youth, the cosmos was astonishingly smooth and even, the same in all directions. Yet the tiny ripples imprinted on this light, those minute fluctuations we noticed, hold the blueprint of everything to come. They are the seeds from which galaxies would grow, the subtle variations in density that gravity would later amplify into stars, clusters, and galaxies. By studying these delicate patterns, scientists have decoded the age, shape, and contents of the universe. In the faint hiss of this primordial light, we have heard answers to questions about how old the cosmos is, how fast it expands, and what it's made of. Truly, this echo of the Big Bang is a cosmic archive, preserving the memory of the universe's first moments. Yet the microwave background is not the only echo of that distant beginning. The Big Bang left other whispers in the cosmos, nearly imperceptible but real. As we drift in this ancient light, we recall that an ocean of neutrinos, ghostly subatomic particles, was also released in the universe's first second. These neutrinos have been rushing through space ever since, almost never interacting, moving like a ghostly, invisible wind that passes effortlessly through everything. They, too, are echoes of the Big Bang, streaming silently through us and all around us. Although we cannot feel them, and have only barely begun to detect them, they form a subtle chorus accompanying the light. And there is yet another echo, perhaps the faintest and most elusive of all, the whisper of gravitational waves from the birth of the cosmos. In the instants after the Big Bang, the fabric of space-time itself may have quivered with tiny ripples, primordial gravitational waves. Like rings spreading across a pond after a pebble's drop, these ripples would have stretched and squeezed space, imprinting a unique pattern into the cosmic afterglow. They are exceedingly weak now, stretched thin by cosmic expansion, but scientists hope to find their faint signature in the polarization of the microwave background, or with advanced detectors here on Earth. If we listen with instruments sensitive enough, we may one day confirm these gravitational murmurs, hearing the very heartbeat of the early universe. Surrounded by this symphony of subtle echoes, we feel a profound connection to the origins of all things. The atoms in our bodies, the light in our skies, the matter in distant galaxies, all were forged in that initial cosmic fireball or its aftermath. We ourselves carry the legacy of the Big Bang in every particle of our being. The hydrogen in our cells was born in those first moments. The echoes we observe are, in a sense, part of our own story as well. Here, at what appears to be the beginning of time as we know it, one might think the journey has reached its end. And yet, standing in the afterglow of creation, new questions stir in our minds. What came before this? What lies beyond the horizon of the observable, or beyond even this first light? The echoes of the Big Bang answer many questions, but they also inspire new ones. They urge us to delve deeper, to imagine bravely, and to seek truths that still lie hidden in the cosmic darkness. Gently, we let the ancient light wash over us and carry us forward. Our expedition has spanned from a familiar galaxy to the very dawn of the universe. But this is not a conclusion. The calm, persistent echoes of creation encourage us onward. In the distance, beyond the light we can see and the echoes we can hear, mysteries remain. Perhaps new realms, new physics, or even other universes. With hearts full of wonder, we prepare to continue the journey, knowing that from the Big Bang to eternity, the cosmos offers endless frontiers to explore. Our voyage is not over. It has only just begun anew, beyond the echoes of the Big Bang and into whatever lies beyond. We drift onward, leaving behind the familiar glow of our home galaxy and its neighbours. In the silent darkness between galaxies, the last traces of starlight grow faint. We have ventured past our local galactic group, beyond the swirling majesty of the Milky Way and Andromeda, into a realm scarcely touched by light. Ahead lies a frontier unlike any other, not marked by stars or nebulae, but by the limits of sight itself. In the distance ahead, there is no bright beacon or wall, yet we sense an invisible boundary drawing near. It is the cosmic horizon, the edge of the observable universe. Like a distant shoreline at the edge of a great ocean, this horizon is where the light from the farthest reaches of the cosmos has finally arrived after an almost unimaginable journey. Beyond it, whatever wonders exist remain forever out of reach, their light still travelling through the endless void, destined never to arrive. This boundary is not a physical barrier, but a limit defined by time and space. The universe has been expanding for roughly 14 billion years, and in that time, light has only travelled so far. Even travelling at the fastest speed in existence, light from the most remote galaxies has taken nearly the entire history of the cosmos to reach us. We stand at that limit now in our mind's eye, where the first light of creation, a faint afterglow of the Big Bang, marks the farthest horizon of our sight. If our eyes could see beyond visible light, we would witness that afterglow of the universe's birth all around us. This soft radiance, now cooled to just a few degrees above absolute zero, is the cosmic microwave background, the gentle echo of the Big Bang. It appears as a faint, uniform glow coming from every direction, the pale memory of a time when the entire cosmos was filled with a warm light. Here at the cosmic horizon, that primordial glow is what greets us, light that has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach our gaze. It is as if we are peering into the dawn of time, seeing the universe as an infant wrapped in a blanket of light. Imagine standing on a quiet shore at dusk, watching the ocean stretch out to a horizon that curves away beyond your sight. You know the ocean continues far past that line, yet your eyes cannot follow. Our cosmic horizon is much the same. It is the farthest we can see, not because nothing lies beyond, but because the universe is too vast and young for that light to have reached us. In every direction around us, about 46 billion light-years away, this invisible boundary encircles us, gently reminding us of the limits of our vision. Beyond this horizon, the cosmos likely stretches on, filled with galaxies and wonders we will never behold. It is humbling to consider that the grandest structures we have seen, galaxies upon galaxies, clusters and filaments spanning hundreds of millions of light-years, might be just a small patch of an even greater tapestry. We peer as far as nature allows, And still the universe teases us with the possibility of more. More galaxies beyond view, more cosmic marvels hidden in the darkness, existing in silence, beyond the reach of our instruments. Here, at the edge of what we can know, there is a profound stillness. The light from beyond will never reach us. Space itself is expanding too swiftly, carrying those distant realms away faster than any message can travel. Yet, standing at this notional boundary, we cannot help but wonder what lies out there. If we could somehow soar farther, past the limits of observation, what sights would greet us? Would the galaxies beyond resemble our own, spiral and elliptical islands of stars glowing quietly in the dark? Or would entirely new wonders unfold, scenes stranger and more beautiful than we can imagine? We have reached the edge of the observable universe, but not the edge of the universe itself, if such an edge even exists. Our journey now turns speculative, for beyond this horizon lies the truly unknown. It is a realm that beckons to our imagination, where our scientific understanding gives way to wonder. In that spirit of wonder, we venture onward in thought, into the infinite expanse that may lie beyond the cosmic horizon, where space stretches out endlessly, and the journey has only just begun. This cosmic horizon is a gentle reminder that even the greatest explorers must live with limits. There will always be parts of the universe we cannot see or touch. Even the most powerful telescopes cannot pierce this horizon. It is a limit set by the universe's age and the laws of physics. Rather than diminishing our experience, this fact enhances the mystery. It assures us that the cosmos will never be completely known, that there will always be new questions to ask and wonders to imagine. Standing here at creation's edge, we feel a humble acceptance. We revel in what we have witnessed, and we take solace in the idea that beyond our sight, the grand story continues, unwitnessed, yet still magnificently real. In our minds, we step beyond the cosmic horizon, into a boundless expanse of space that stretches farther than we can comprehend. Here, there are no more limits drawn by light and time. If the universe beyond is infinite, it carries on forever, with galaxies continuing in their grand array without end. Imagine an endless tapestry of stars and galaxies, repeating onward in every direction. No matter how far you travelled, there would always be more. Another galaxy cluster over the next immense horizon, and another beyond that, endlessly. The very idea of infinity stretches our minds. We try to picture it, a night sky that goes on forever, stars upon stars, fading into the far distance, with no final curtain of darkness to stop them. Out here in the infinite expanse, we are confronted with a cosmic ocean so vast our planet becomes an invisible speck, our galaxy a faint glimmer among uncountable others. It is a quiet, overwhelming vastness, beautiful and disorienting to contemplate. Nothing in our everyday experience truly compares to this limitless scale. If we could look around in this infinite cosmos, we might see patterns repeating in the grand design. Just as in our observable part of the universe, matter gathers into filaments and clusters, like a web stretching across space. Great walls of galaxies arc across the darkness, and enormous voids lie in between. Vast, nearly empty regions where galaxies are scarce. These structures might continue without end, an intricate lace of galaxies threading through eternal night. Every now and then, a distant galaxy's light might catch our eye, a gentle reminder that even in an infinite void, there are islands of light scattered afar. In an infinite universe, there is no center, no edge, no outer boundary where one could stand and look beyond. Every point is surrounded by endless space and countless stars, even where there are immense gulfs devoid of galaxies. Beyond them, eventually more galaxies appear. The cosmos could be like an endless forest. No matter how far you wander, trees surround you, though you may pass through clearings and shadows. So it is with galaxies and voids, extending far past the reach of our sight or rockets, continuing on as far as forever. It is even possible that the universe, though unbounded, could curve back on itself. If space is curved in the right way, traveling far enough in one direction might eventually bring you back to your starting point, just as circling the globe returns you home. In that scenario, there would still be no edge to fall off. Space would wrap around on itself. But on scales so immense, any curvature is exceedingly gentle, far beyond the horizon of our observation. For all practical purposes, the universe extends without end, and we experience it as effectively infinite. One could imagine embarking on a voyage that never ends, moving eternally through the infinite void. Suppose we had a starship that could sail the cosmic seas for billions upon billions of years. As we journey outward, new sights would continuously come into view. We might pass the soft glow of a distant galaxy, watch it slowly vanish behind us, and then find another ahead, and another beyond that, endlessly. We could travel for eons and never reach a final boundary. There would always be another cluster of stars over the horizon, another island of light in the darkness. In an infinite universe, the journey itself would be limitless, an everlasting odyssey through an eternal sea of stars. Infinity also means that even the rarest of things could exist somewhere out there. In a universe without end, the sheer abundance of galaxies and stars allows for endless variety. There might be places unimaginably strange, with phenomena beyond our wildest dreams. Given enough space, even events that seem nearly impossible will occur somewhere. Some astronomers have mused that in an infinite expanse, far beyond any hope of reach, there could even be scenes that mirror our own. There might be another patch of stars arranged almost like our Milky Way, maybe even another planet with beings looking up and wondering about the cosmos, just as we do. Such ideas are speculative, yet they remind us that infinity holds limitless possibilities. The thought of such endlessness can be both awe-inspiring and oddly comforting. It means that no matter how far we go, there will always be more to discover, more distant horizons to chase. Under a truly infinite sky, we come face to face with the deepest mystery, that existence might have no end, and perhaps no clear beginning that we can grasp. We find ourselves in a universe that offers an inexhaustible well of wonder, and even though we can only see a tiny part of it, that part hints at a vastness beyond imagination, a cosmos rich beyond measure. As we contemplate infinity, we might also wonder if our universe is truly all that there is. Some scientists have imagined that beyond our own infinite expanse could lie other universes, separate realms with their own stars and galaxies, a multiverse of possibilities. If that were so, our universe would be just one vast island in a boundless sea of universes. It's an idea that stretches the imagination. Reality beyond reality, worlds without end. Whether or not such a multiverse exists, the sheer scale of what might be out there reinforces how small our familiar cosmic neighborhood is by comparison. Gazing into this infinite expanse in our thoughts, we feel a profound humility. We are tiny, transitory beings against a backdrop that may be eternal and boundless. Yet rather than feeling lost, we can feel connected. The atoms of our bodies were born in stars, like those that glitter across the cosmos. In a very real sense, we are part of this vast universe, made of its very dust and energy. Knowing this, we find comfort in the idea that while we may be small, we belong to something magnificently grand. Here in the endless cosmic ocean, space and time seem to merge in their boundlessness. Just as space stretches out beyond any limit we know, time too flows onward without end. Our journey through space leads naturally to wonder about a journey through time. What lies ahead, in the eons to come, for this infinite universe of ours? Space may be endless, and now we turn our attention to the other half of the picture, the endless river of time. We drift forward in our imagination, allowing billions upon billions of years to pass, and watch how the cosmos might change. Time flows forward relentlessly, and with it, the cosmos continues to evolve. Let us drift into the future and witness how the universe transforms over immense spans of time. In a few billion years from now, the night sky above Earth will change. Our Milky Way, which now shines as a broad river of stars overhead, will be drawn inexorably toward the Andromeda galaxy. Slowly, gracefully, these two star cities will converge. Over millions of years, their spiral arms will entwine, dancing together in a cosmic waltz. Stars, separated by vast gulfs, will mostly glide past one another, so the dance will be gentle and largely silent. Eventually, the two galaxies will become one, forming a new, massive galaxy under a transformed sky. If someone could watch the night sky during that distant era, they would witness a breathtaking transformation. As Andromeda approaches, it would grow from a faint, blurry patch of light into a majestic, glowing presence dominating the sky. Over millennia, the hazy band of our Milky Way would begin to intertwine with Andromeda's starry disk. The heavens would be filled with unfamiliar glimmers, new star clusters igniting from the collision of cosmic gas, and great nebula set aglow by the birth of stars. Eventually, when the two galaxies fully merge, an enormous, elliptical haze of billions of stars will stretch across the sky, a newly formed galactic home shining softly overhead. For any creatures under that future sky, it would be a slow-motion spectacle of cosmic change, unfolding over ages, yet magnificently evident. Around that same distant time, our sun will be nearing the end of its life. After shining steadily for billions of years, it will swell into a red giant, its light reddening and expanding outward. This transformation, though potentially harsh for the sun's close companions, will be a magnificent sight from afar. The sun's outer layers will drift off into space, forming a glowing nebula, a shell of colourful gas expanding gently into the void. At the centre, the sun will remain as a small, hot ember, a white dwarf star cooling slowly over eons. What was once our familiar yellow sun becomes a faint, ivory-white point of light, quietly fading with time. During these deep epochs of time, the very structure of the cosmos will also stretch beyond recognition. The constant expansion of the universe will carry distant galaxies further and further away. After tens of billions of years, galaxies outside our local group will recede until their light is no longer visible at all. One by one, the galaxies we once knew will slip beyond the cosmic horizon. To observers in our future merged galaxy, it will seem as though the rest of the universe has gradually vanished, leaving them isolated in an immense darkness. The night sky, once speckled with the faint outlines of far-off galaxies, will eventually hold only the stars of their own galaxy. The universe will feel smaller to them, even as it continues to expand endlessly. As the eons pass, the universe continues its slow dance of change. Galaxies use up their gas in forming stars, and over time, new stars grow scarce. The cosmos will witness brilliant finales. The most massive stars, those blue-white giants born in the youth of the galaxies, will explode as supernovae. For a few shining weeks, each such explosion will outshine entire galaxies, briefly pushing back the darkness around it. These titanic blasts scatter the star's elements far and wide, seeding space with heavy atoms and forming beautiful nebulae, glowing clouds of gas that hang like ethereal blossoms in the void. Meanwhile, stars more modest in size, like our Sun, will meet a gentler fate. They will swell into red giants, shed their outer layers in shimmering shells of colour, and reveal their hot cores as small white dwarfs. Each of those dying suns will leave behind a delicate planetary nebula, a final halo of pastel light that slowly disperses into space. In those distant times, the night will be adorned by these transient nebulae, cosmic flowers, marking where a star's light had bloomed and faded. As the eons continue to pass, the formation of new stars will dwindle and eventually stop. The raw material for star-making, the diffuse gas in galaxies, will have been largely exhausted or locked away in stellar remnants. After perhaps 100 billion years or more, star birth will cease almost entirely. Without new stars to replace the old, the galaxies will gradually lose their shine as existing stars age and die one by one. It will be like candles being snuffed out at the end of a long vigil. The once bright galaxies that spangled the universe will turn into collections of faint, dying embers. The cosmos, so brilliant in its youth, will grow quiet and dark as the last lights begin to go out. Only the smallest, longest-lived stars will remain shining then, tiny red dwarf stars, which sip their fuel so slowly, could continue to glow for trillions upon trillions of years. In that deep future, these faint red suns will be the final lanterns of the galaxies, casting a dim, ruddy twilight across whatever worlds might still circle them. But even their time will eventually run out. After trillions upon trillions of years, the last red dwarf will exhaust its fuel and fade into darkness, quietly ending the age of starlight. For the first time since the universe's beginning, the cosmos will be without any stars to shine. At some point, there will be one final star still burning, a lone beacon amid the growing darkness. When that last star finally exhausts its fuel and winks out, an era of light will truly end. The universe, once brimming with the radiance of countless suns, will descend fully into night. It is a poignant milestone, the cosmos bidding farewell to the starlight that had illuminated it for so long. What remains in this far future darkness? The galaxies, once ablaze with billions of stars, will be reduced to collections of faint and exotic remnants. There will be dense, smouldering cores of former stars, white dwarfs that have grown cold and dark. Neutron stars, those city-sized stellar skeletons, will drift through the quiet, carrying on silently. Black holes, which once lurked in galactic centers and formed from the collapse of giant stars, will also be scattered about, invisible except for the gravity they wield. These are the embers and ashes after the great cosmic fire has burned out. These remnants are like the glowing coals after a fire, faintly smouldering in the dark. Occasionally, a collision might occur. Perhaps two dead stars will merge in a ghostly explosion, releasing a final, fleeting spark of light. A lone black hole might devour a wandering stellar remnant, unleashing one last brief flare as a final goodbye. But such events will be exceedingly rare. For the most part, this will be an age of silence and shadow, a cosmos that has gone quiet after the long, bright day of stars. Yet even this dark era is not truly eternal. The black holes themselves, monstrous as they are, will slowly lose their energy. Through a process known as Hawking radiation, they will leak away mass over incomprehensible timescales. A black hole, the mass of a star, might take trillions upon trillions of years to evaporate completely, and the supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies would take far longer still. Time spans with dozens of zeros, durations that defy the imagination. But given enough time, even these giants will fade. One by one, with a whisper of final light, the black holes will evaporate and vanish, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. In the aftermath, the universe enters its quietest chapter. With no stars shining and no great masses remaining, all that is left is a thin haze of elementary particles and faint, ghostly radiation spread across ever-expanding space. The cosmos is vast, cold, and dark. Galaxies as we knew them are gone, their matter either locked in invisible remnants or dispersed as lone atoms drifting apart. The once bright universe has become an expanse of nearly absolute night, its temperature only a fraction above absolute zero, silence reigning for trillions upon trillions of years. It is as if the cosmos has fallen into a deep slumber, resting after the brilliance of its youth and middle age. With no events left to mark the ages, time flows on without witness or record. In this deep silence, 1,000,000 years, or 1 billion, become almost the same. Nothing meaningful changes in the frozen expanse. The very concept of time begins to lose its relevance when nights last forever, and no new dawn will ever break. It is a melancholy scene, but there is a serene beauty in this final quiet. And perhaps this is not truly the end of the story. Some theories speculate that in this dark, empty stage of the universe, new possibilities could arise. Maybe, through random quantum fluctuations in the void, a new spark could ignite, the seed of another Big Bang, a new universe born like a phoenix from the ashes of the old. Or perhaps our universe is one of countless others, and while ours grows still, elsewhere creation continues unabated. In a cosmos so vast in space and time, even an ending may give way to a new beginning in ways we cannot yet imagine. Standing at the threshold of this far future vision, we realize the cosmic story may be one without a final chapter. Even as we watch the stars fade and the universe grow quiet, we found hints that the journey continues on a different level, through new universes, or through the eternal nature of space-time itself. In this way, the saga of the cosmos is an unending journey. It does not stop with darkness. It merely changes form, cycling onward into eternity. And so, As observers and participants in this grand story, we find that there is always more to explore, always another chapter waiting to unfold. Our exploration of the cosmos, whether by imagination or by spacecraft, is part of that unending journey. For as long as we have gazed at the stars, we have been travelers at heart, always curious about what lies beyond the next horizon. From the first time an ancestor looked up at the Milky Way in wonder, to the day humans first set foot on another world, this journey of discovery has been underway. Each generation has ventured a bit further, first across oceans, then into the skies, and eventually outward into space. And still, the cosmic ocean stretches before us, boundless and beckoning. No matter how far we go, there is always a new frontier. We left our home planet and found a solar system full of wonders. We reached beyond our solar system and discovered a galaxy bustling with stars and planets. We imagined traveling to our neighboring galaxy Andromeda, and then gazed beyond to the edges of the observable universe. At each step, as we grasp one horizon, another comes into view. This pattern seems destined to continue, for the universe is generous in its mysteries. It never runs out of secrets to reveal. The journey is not only one of distance, but of understanding. As our knowledge deepens, so too does our sense of wonder. Every answer we find about the cosmos gives rise to new questions. What sparked the birth of the first stars? How do galaxies shape the space around them? Are we alone in this vast expanse, or are there other travelers under distant suns asking the same questions? Each mystery solved leads to another horizon of curiosity. In this way, the pursuit of knowledge itself is an endless expedition, a voyage through ideas and possibilities that stretches on and on. In this unending journey, we also find a sense of purpose and connection. We realize that our quest to explore and understand binds us together across generations. The knowledge gained by those who came before becomes the launchpad for those who follow. Think of the ancient astronomers who mapped the stars without telescopes. Their maps guided later explorers across seas and eventually guided spacecraft to other planets. Today, we build observatories that peer billions of light years out and spacecraft that venture to the edge of our solar system. Already, 2 of our farthest traveling spacecraft, the Voyager probes, have slipped into interstellar space, carrying with them golden records that speak of Earth. They drift onward through the galaxy, silent emissaries of humanity. One day, perhaps in the distant future, our descendants may step beyond our galaxy entirely, crossing the intergalactic void to reach new galaxies. Each step forward is part of the same grand journey, a story that we are writing together with the universe. And even if physical travel to the farthest reaches remains a distant dream, our minds have already roamed there. Through imagination and science, we have journeyed to black holes at the centers of galaxies, and to the moment just after the Big Bang. We carry the universe within us, in our capacity to dream and wonder. This means the journey can continue, unbounded by our physical limitations. Whenever we look up at the night sky and feel curiosity stir, we are, in a sense, venturing out among those stars. In our thoughts, we have touched the edge of the cosmic horizon and peeked beyond. Our inner voyage extends the path where our rockets and probes cannot yet go. The universe itself is on a journey too, a journey through time, from the fiery birth of galaxies to their gentle fading, from chaos to quiet and perhaps to rebirth. The cosmos evolves. We are fortunate witnesses to part of this cosmic story. For a brief moment in cosmic time, We get to observe the wonders around us, to ponder them, and to be conscious participants in the unfolding universe. In that sense, the unending journey is not just outward into space, but inward into our own understanding. It is the universe experiencing itself through our eyes and minds, continuing its odyssey on another level. Throughout all these travels and musings, one constant companion has been the stars themselves. No matter where or when we venture in our thoughts, the gentle light of the stars guides us. From our earliest ancestors to our far future descendants, the stars shine overhead, steadfast and familiar. Now, as we prepare to return from our voyage of the imagination, we come back to that comforting sight, the sky full of stars, eternal and unchanging to our eyes across the ages. It is beneath this celestial canopy that our journey finds its quiet conclusion. We find ourselves back where we started, lying beneath a sky filled with stars. The night is calm and clear. The Milky Way arcs overhead, a misty river of light reminding us of the galaxy we call home. Each pinpoint of light above is a sun, many of them older than civilization, some destined to shine for billions of years to come. To us, they appear timeless, the same stars our ancestors gazed upon, the same that will twinkle for generations after us. In their quiet, steady glow, there is a sense of continuity. Under this canopy of eternal stars, we feel the endless nature of the cosmos, touching our own brief lives with its gentle light. The stars have always been there to guide and inspire. They watched over the first humans who looked up in wonder, and they accompany us now as silent guardians in the dark. We navigate by them, we tell stories about them, and we find meaning in their patterns. The same constellations we recognize today adorned the skies of our ancestors as well. Orion, the great hunter, still rises each year and strides across the heavens, just as it did in ancient times, a familiar pattern uniting past and present. On lonely nights, just seeing a familiar star can feel like greeting an old friend. These celestial lights tie us to all of humanity across time. Everyone who has ever lived has gazed at more or less the same stars. In that shared experience, separated by centuries and cultures yet united under one sky, there is a profound comfort. Now, after our long journey through space and time, we let the tranquility of the night wash over us. The vast distances and eons we explored might have been overwhelming, but here beneath the stars, everything feels simple and still. The chirp of nighttime insects and the gentle rustle of a midnight breeze remain constant, even as galaxies collide and universes evolve far away. In this moment, on this quiet night, we are simply present, a small part of the grand tapestry, breathing in the cool air and feeling the solid earth beneath us, while the cosmos stretches overhead. Under these eternal stars, we can reflect on how far we have travelled in our imagination. We journeyed from our familiar night sky to the very ends of the universe and beyond, and then gently returned home. In doing so, perhaps we have gained a deeper appreciation of the sky above us. Each star we see now carries new meaning, a reminder of distant galaxies, of ancient light crossing time, and of the possibility of infinity. The night sky is no longer just a backdrop for our lives. It is a gateway to all of time and space, a source of endless wonder that we carry within our minds. There is a gentle magic in this realization. Knowing the scale of the cosmos doesn't diminish the beauty of a single star. If anything, it enhances it. When we look at the stars now, we do so with a quiet reverence. We understand that each tiny light is part of a story billions of years old, and that by witnessing it, we become part of that story too. We feel connected to something much larger than ourselves, a connection that spans both space and time. Under the eternal stars, we are reminded that in the grand scheme, we are both humble and extraordinary. Humble in our smallness, yet extraordinary in our ability to comprehend and cherish the universe. As our narration draws to a close, we linger a moment longer under the stars. There is a deep peace in knowing that these lights above will continue to shine night after night, long after our brief journeys and lives end. The universe enfolds us in its vast, gentle embrace. Feeling that connection, we allow ourselves to simply be, calm, safe, and serene. Our journey through space and time comes to a resting point here, but its essence lives on in our hearts and dreams. Under the eternal stars, we are home. Under the eternal stars, we find peace.